Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. Today we are talking about the Mad King stage play. Um, I will say right away, put the thing down there, spoilers. I will be talking about what happens in the stage play. I'll be talking about the new lore drops. I'll be explaining a lot of sort of the way it's presented and the things that happen all the way through the play. I thought long and hard about how do I want to cover this. We don't normally do spoilers on this channel. Um, what my general view on this has been is that a very, very small fraction of people are going to be able to see this. If you are, and I'm incredibly fortunate to live close enough that I have been able to see this twice now. If you are able to go and see it, fantastic. It's up to you. I'm leaving the choice up to you. If you want the spoilers, then stay around. Fantastic. If you don't, then this is probably not the stream for you. Now, what else should I say? This has had two performances so far. There were some cancellations. I suspect in years to come we will forget about the fact that there were some cancellations. As far as I could see, all of the technical difficulties have been worked through, so there's no problem with this at all. All is good on that front. What I will do in this stream is I will talk you through what happens in the play. I will answer as many questions as I possibly can. I've got some questions from my patrons that I will answer, but I should probably start with just a few caveats before we get into this. This is not canon. This is the biggest lore drop we've had for a very long time in the world of Ice and Fire. Do not get me wrong. This was developed with George R. R. Martin. This is in within book canon, as opposed to show canon. They were attempting to provide a prequel, effectively, to the books, not a prequel to the TV shows. So that's the world that we're in here. But this was not written by George R. R. Martin. It was not co-written by George R. R. Martin. He has not, other than saying that he's very proud of it and he likes it, he has not said anything yet about the canonicity of this. So I think for the time being, we have to consider all of this semi-canon. There are in particular a few things that have clearly been changed from book canon in order to make this work better as a stage play. This is to be expected. George R. Martin, he understands this is how these things work. If you're going to change something from a book to put it onto the screen or onto the stage, then you do need to change a few details here and there in order to make it work well. So, for example, here, something people have been talking about online is there is no John Connington in this. There should be John Connington. Now, it's not just an absence of a character. He should be one of the hands of the king during this period, and he isn't. He does not appear there. They have streamlined that. There's a lot of characters in this. I kind of understand that. Similarly, towards the end of the play, and I'll talk in just a moment about the scope of the play, towards the end of the play, when Robert Baratheon arrives in King's Landing, it's different timing to how we know it happened in the books. He arrives very soon after, so we get Ned arriving and Tywin, and he comes in pretty much at the same time, whereas in the books, there's a gap. There's a couple of weeks gap, actually, before he turns up. So they have made some changes. That was for dramatic purposes, and I get it. I understand. So do not take it as canon, everything that we see here, as being this is exactly what is going to happen in the books. Only the books are canon, as far as we're concerned, well, as far as George is concerned and as far as we're concerned. So that's the first caveat. The second is that so far these have been previews. They could change things. Now, I'm not expecting there to be huge changes. I saw the first two performances. I spotted a couple of minor tweaks between the two performances, but nothing major. But it is entirely possible that they might cut a scene or change some dialogue. So we shouldn't get too wedded on what is here now. This could change. Thirdly, this is deliberately an interactive experience. That all theatre is. This is how theatre differs from going to the cinema, watching a film, watching a TV show. It changes every single night. So the way that the actors interpret things, the way that the director has arranged things, this shifts away from just the pure text, and also it will change from night to night. If an actor comes on with maybe a slightly different interpretation of how they say the words, that might be interpreted slightly different by the audience, and it is a very interactive experience. And the way they have set this up tries to enable that even more. They've changed the theatre around. Normally it's just a pretty standard, it's a good theatre, but a standard type theatre where you're all looking in one direction towards the stage. They've changed it. It is in the round. People are sitting all the way around this. The stage is not just at one end, it's a big cross shape. Action happens all the way across that. In addition, sometimes the actors even come into the audience. They're shouting things from balconies and things like that. There will be bits. If you've got tickets, then where you sit will depend on the experience you get. I will give you a clear example. On the first night, I was sat actually quite high up, looking at where the stage would normally be. I saw everything that was happening in front of me. I saw the Iron Throne, which was there. I had some friends who were also there who were almost diametrically opposite me. They were looking from behind the Iron Throne, so they couldn't see what I could see in terms of who was sitting on the Iron Throne. I could not see some of the action that happened underneath me. There was a couple of particular moments where there was some scenes happening just on the cross shape almost underneath me. So where you are will affect your experience of this play, and this is deliberate. It is supposed to be, as I said, supposed to be interactive. You're supposed to feel a part of this. Welcome to Westeros, they say. This is you're in this show. You're not just passive viewers of what has happened. And then I think the final caveat I would say is that there's obviously a degree of human error in this. We don't have a definitive text. I have been to see this. There will be things that I've forgotten, words, lines that might have landed differently with me to other people. So, yes, this is my unloading of what I saw, what I experienced, but other people may well have picked up on other things. Okay, caveats out of the way. One thing I have to say right up front, if you can see it, see it. It's really good. It really is. The production quality is fantastic. The acting is excellent. The dialogue is great. They've used dialogue from the books whenever they can, as far as I can tell. It's quite intense. It's 4 hours long. In fact, both performances I was at, this including a 20-minute interval in the middle, they stretched over the 4 hours. So this is a long play, and it takes you through a really long journey, all the way from the very start at the beginning of the tourney at Harrenhal, and it ends right after Robert's Rebellion, the crowning of King Robert, effectively. So that's what scope we've got, and the writer and the producer, actually, they talk. If you read the what they've been saying about this is that they persuaded George R. R. Martin to allow them to do this extra bit. Initially, the idea had just been that this was going to be about the tourney at Harrenhal, but they have extended this out, so it's telling the entire story. This is big. There's a lot to digest. I have to admit, when I came out from it, then my brain was whirring with all of the new things that I'd seen, slightly different interpretations of what I had understood the situation to be. So there's a lot going on, but it is really good. The production quality is fantastic. So if you get a chance to go and see it, please do. And I have no inside information. People have asked. I have no inside information about what happens after this run. The run carries through to early September in Stratford-upon-Avon in the Midlands in the UK. I assume, this is something George R. Martin said a long time ago, that the plan is for it then to transfer to a more permanent home in London, New York, Australia perhaps. Having seen the production, this will require larger theatres. And the way that they've set this up, you can't just put this on for a couple of nights somewhere and then move on. This does require quite a bit of setup for it to work. So the places it can go will be limited. Do not expect a regional tour coming out from this. I would personally guess, no inside information, I would guess that it will transfer to somewhere in London, and then at some point next year it will also go to a big theatre somewhere in New York. That would be my guess. People have asked, is this going to be filmed and made available for other people to watch? It will be filmed. Everything that the Royal Shakespeare does is filmed for posterity. Sometimes they do put that on in various ways, but they haven't announced anything on that. So I can't promise you anything there. I do not know anything there. But for the time being, the only thing we know is that it's going to be running, and it is sold out. But if you are local, then you can nip down to the box office at the Royal Shakespeare Theatre. They often have a couple of returns for a night. So if you do happen to be local, do pop along and try and find out. Just have a quick flick through Paula Hagen saying you're going to see it 24th of August. Fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. Didn't realise it was 4 hours long. Yeah, it is. It's quite intense. So it starts at 7:15. It'll be best part of the way to midnight by the time you get out. Green Weirwood saying there are lots of large theatres in America. Absolutely. So, I mean, I think what I was trying to say is not... it will be limited as to how long it stays in that place. As in, I don't think, because they have to... For example, in the Royal Shakespeare Theatre, they took seats out. They extended the stage. They had to... Things come up out of the stage. I'll talk about that in a moment. They've got extra balconies put in. A whole load of stuff like that. You can't just do it on a one-off in a theatre. You have to commit to being there for a little while. So that's it. Has to be a big theatre. It has to be capable of being in the round, I think, and probably it has to be somewhere that they can settle down in for a little while. Okay, let's go to what should we talk about? Okay. Overall stuff, and then I'll get into the detail of what happened and when. So overall, this is very much a play of two halves. It is one play. It would not surprise me if at some point they do break it up. So the Harry Potter stage play, for example, is two stage plays, and you book to them each separately. It would not surprise me if they go down this route, because the two halves of this show are clear, and there's a gap. There's a few months gap in stage time between the two. The first half is the Turning at Harrenhal. The second half is Robert's Rebellion. There's clearly a cross line that goes through them, but there are things that happen in the middle that we don't see on stage. So, for example, the abduction. I'll call it an abduction for now. We will talk about that in a bit, but that we do not get to see. We leave off at the end of the Turning at Harrenhal. We pick up with Rickard and Brandon in the Red Keep. So all of that middle bit, we don't get to see that at all. The characters talk about these things in kind of retrospect, but there's a clear gap between these two halves. The second thing I would say is that the way that they stage this is that different things are happening on the stage at the same time. They had the Iron Throne, which was magnificent, and for a lot of the second half of the show, the Iron Throne was there, the king was sitting on it, but the action was happening elsewhere. And so that was just like in the background. He was kind of looming and looking out over what was going on. It really good kind of theatre. That's the way that this presented came across, I thought, really well. But that was happening while Elia was sitting off in a corner somewhere else, and we were looking at what was happening with Rhaegar and Lyanna. And so you could be looking at 3-4 different things happening at the same kind of time. It was always very clear where your attention was supposed to be, but other stuff was going on. The other thing about the staging was or production. They made quite a lot of really good use, I thought, of a kind of like they had a lot of cast on the stage a lot of the time, and they would, in order to get us to focus in on certain people, then they would kind of like slow down the action elsewhere and just have like the spotlights focusing in on 1 or 2 people. For example, at the Tony at Harrenhal, there was a dance. We wanted to see who was dancing in the middle. Started out, for example, Elia and Rhaegar were dancing, and they were talking, so they would be doing the dance and the talk. Around the outside, the rest of the actors were also dancing, but more in kind of slow motion. It was very effective. It's perhaps quite hard to explain, but it worked really well. So I appreciated that. They took that approach also into combat, because there's quite a lot of fighting in this. The second half in particular, with the rebellion, there's a lot of battles going on, and so they would do things, the combat kind of in slow motion, and they would then pause. They often used the lights very effectively for this. There was music going on in the background while this was happening, and then you would get a bit of action, and then the lights, all the lights in the house would go off, and there'd be a pause for just a few seconds, and then they come straight back up, and the action which had frozen in one position had moved on to somewhere else, and so you're almost kind of like playing catch up, and then it goes into slow motion, and Robert Baratheon, whoever, would come up with his big hammer like that and come down. The closest visual equivalent I could come up with was if you've seen something like 300 or Spartacus, where they often slow the action down to be like when it's combat, so the gore and things isn't there on the stage play, obviously, but the way that you see the detail of what's going on, it turned a lot of the combat sort of into, it felt a bit like a dance. So that was good. The other thing which there was a bit of talk about beforehand was puppetry. Now, if you're not a theatre goer, then this might sound a little bit, puppetry, is that going to work? It did. So this is modern theatre puppetry. If you've ever seen on the theatre something like Warhorse, that's the kind of standard we're talking about. So you would have a horse coming on stage as a puppet, a full life-size horse, which was being manipulated by 3-4 different people, and the actors would be sitting on the horse, and it worked really well. They've got some fantastic professionals doing that. So yes, the puppetry as a whole was excellent. I would highly recommend you check out the CVs of the people who've done that, because they've done some other excellent things as well. But yeah, so it didn't make you lose your immersion. It actually added to what we saw. So I think that's it in terms of sort of the overview of things. Zahag asking what the Iron Throne looked like. I will just say this. It looked really good. It came up, and I will say again, spoilers. Everything from now on, I'm going to be doing big spoilers. So, towards almost at the very beginning of Act 2, the second half of the play, the Iron Throne emerged up out of the set. It sort of just came up like that, and it just kept on going and kept on going and kept on going. And it was good. It was really good. It wasn't like a Game of Thrones Iron Throne, just sort of little low and squat, nor was it like the House of the Dragon one, which is basically the same, but with a few stabby swords coming out the side. This was a lot higher. I would say probably 6, 7, 8 steps, taking it up. Whoever was sat on it was above everybody else, and they were looking down. You had to climb up the steps in order to get to the Iron Throne. It looked great, I thought. So I was really pleased with that. Okay, so let's get into just a little bit of the detail. We've got the opening scene actually was a procession coming in, people coming into the tourney at Harrenhal, which I think kind of showed a lot of how they worked this, because the colours were there. They had sigils. People were carrying their sigils. They made good use of them. I'm sure George R. Martin would be delighted by this. They made really good use of sigils. They didn't just do the standard design that we know. They were slightly more stylized, a lot of them. So you had a Targaryen dragon with 3 heads, but it wasn't like the round thing that we see all the time. It was a slightly different stylized version of that. I thought that worked really well. But then everyone else, so when the Kingsguard were coming in, they each held their own sigils up on a banner. It worked brilliantly. And the music was this kind of like big drum beat, boom, 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 as people sort of coming in. Worked good. But after that, we then get to a weirwood in Harrenhal, the weirwood in Harrenhal, and the first line, the first scene really is Lyanna. Lyanna is at the heart of this in a way that we obviously knew she was going to be, but it revolves around her, as you will discover as I'm talking our way through this. It revolves around her a whole lot more than probably most of us realised before. She starts talking to the weirwood tree, and she's there. I've not prayed for a long time. I don't know how to pray to this weirwood tree, but she's talking about her destiny. She knows that she is there, supposed to be marrying Robert Baratheon, who she's not met. She doesn't really want to be, as she says, she doesn't really want to be there, just like lying in a bed, giving birth to in a random tower somewhere to some High Lord's child. One of the themes which comes from this is the kind of the irony that it gets picked up, that the further you try to run from your destiny in this play, the more you get towards it. Lyanna starts out not wanting to be in a tower somewhere giving birth to some lord's child, but that's obviously how she ends up, in a tower somewhere giving birth to some lord's child. So she's there not really knowing how to pray. Certainly Ned says this out loud. The implication is that the other Stark children, who they seem to all get on really well, it has to be said, then they do group hugs and all howl like wolves together. The implication is that they've not prayed since the death of their mother. They're not talking about this. Bereavement and an ability or inability to bereave is another massive theme which comes through here. You will see it come up several times, particularly with Robert Baratheon, also with Ashara Dane there, and Ned. A lot of characters have got this kind of bereavement issue going on, and it's also highlighted that this is the next generation in Westeros. You may or may not have really picked up on this when reading about the tourney at Harrenhal, but mostly this isn't the High Lords of the realm, the established lords of the realm. This is their children. Rickard Stark is up in Winterfell. He's not at the tourney. Tywin Lannister is not at the tourney. Aerys obviously turns up later, but it starts out with Rhaegar being there. Robert Baratheon is the Lord Paramount, but only because his father died just a couple of years ago. The established lords paramount, high lords of this realm are not there. This is the next generation down. Okay. Then Howland Reed turns up. Now, I wouldn't say it's a disappointment. Howland Reed is not developed as much as perhaps some of us would want to. I suspect this is one of a number of things that has been kind of kept back. George R. R. Martin probably doesn't want all of the secrets spilled in this, which is absolutely fine. But so he turns up, has a sort of a conversation, and he says, yes, he's just come from the Isle of Faces. He was on a pilgrimage of sorts. A couple of times he's asked, did you meet the Green Men? How do they pray on the Isle of Faces? And then he doesn't really get a chance to answer, and things move on. So we do not find out much about Howland being on the Isle of Faces, what happened there. We're told he's there to find the impossible tree, the impossible weirwood. What's that? That is the Harrenhal weirwood tree. Why is it impossible? Because it survived. All the other weirwood trees around there were cut down in order to be building Harrenhal. Harrenhal, the stone of Harrenhal itself, was not just burned by Beleriand, but melted. This tree survived. So it's kind of implied that this is it's a bit of a special weirwood, this one. Also, it's kind of got a frowny face. The weirwood in Winterfell has apparently got a smiling, laughy face, which, if you've not made the connection before, the Knight of the Laughing Tree is the weirwood at Winterfell, not just a random weirwood. That's what this is supposed to be. So, Howland turns up, Lyanna starts talking to him, then the three squires come along and we get the inciting incident. She tries to protect him, the other Stark kids arrive as well, the squires run off. And for a lot of the next while, the Starks and Howland are kind of debating how do they get justice for this. And they do come around to this idea that somebody should be entering the lists, the jousting, and should be confronting those the knights. But the question is who? And Brandon, they decide no, he's got too much to lose. He's going to be the Lord, so he can't be seen to be. If he lost to those guys, that would be really quite. Having sort of challenged them on a matter of honour, that would be really quite bad. Benjen is too young. Lyanna, obviously, she's a girl, so she can't. Ned, some people are suggesting that maybe he should do it, but Ned is all the way through. This is like that everybody seems to have their destiny mapped out in some way. Brandon is going to be the Lord. Lyanna, she's rebelling against it, but she knows what she's supposed to be doing. She's supposed to be marrying Robert Baratheon. Benjen, everyone's always telling him he should be going to the wall. He's the fourth child. He's pushing against it for most of the time, to be fair. But everybody's kind of destiny is kind of mapped out. Ned is all just, well, what's mine? And there's quite a touching moment when Lyanna says, yours is to be a father. Then we get Robert Baratheon turning up. Now, Robert Baratheon emerges exactly as you'd expect him to be. He's drinking, he's the centre of attention, he's charismatic. All the way through this with Robert Baratheon, we kind of see the side that we don't see in Game of Thrones, because as fantastic as Mark Addy is as a performer, he is showing Robert Baratheon, who's been king for 15 years. He's not showing the war hero, Robert Baratheon. That's who we're seeing here, who is a leader of men. And he's also, we're kind of invited to be more sympathetic towards him, because we're told about the loss of his parents. And it's clear that he's not grieved properly for them. He saw them dying, for those who missed this. So his parents went off, Eris sent them off to try and find a bride for Rhaegar. They were failed, but they returned, and then there was a storm just outside Storm's End, and their ship got broken to pieces, and they lost their lives. And Robert and Stannis witnessed this, apparently, from the walls of Storm's End. Here, the play takes this an extra step forward, is that Robert Baratheon, he didn't just like see it looking out from the walls of Storm's End. He tried to go and rescue them. He tried wading into the waters, swimming to try and help, and had to be kind of pulled back. And the bodies were never found. He couldn't mourn properly for them. There's some times when he's there and he's just like shuddering with tears, and he's so the tide, Ned, and he's clearly got some kind of post-traumatic stress going on here. And so the drinking and the womanizing and the fighting, this is he understands it. He's self-reflective enough to understand these are tangible things that he can hold on to, that he can do, not the kind of because he can't grieve his parents, because he never had the chance. And so later on, as we sort of work our way through the turning at Harrenhal, when he and Lyanna spend a little bit of time together, which they do, he actually sees her as this kind of hope. He can have a family again. He can work through stuff. He can be. He can show his feelings. There's a couple of actually quite tender moments between them. Lyanna finds him out. The Mad King Aerys plays a rather cruel prank on him, and he's there and he's crying on the stage, and she comes over and she wipes away his tears, and she reassures him it's okay to cry. It's that was me, and it's okay to do that. And it's clearly not an easy relationship, but neither of them have met, and yet they've been told they were going to marry. But they do. There some moments where they laugh. Lyanna says later, and I think this is one of the kind of the shifts. This is something that happens a lot in the play, is that it doesn't change the story, but it kind of changes our perspective a little bit on it. Lyanna says much later, "I don't hate Robert. He seems like just a man." She sees Brandon, her brother, who's going off and doing stuff, pursuing women, even though he's due to be married soon, and she thinks, well, Robert Baratheon's like that, and I love my brother. I'm not judging him. I'm not judging Robert. So she doesn't. It's not that she doesn't, but it's not that she hates Robert Baratheon. She, in some ways, seems to actually kind of get on with him okay, but she falls in love with someone else. And so that is the kind of the tweak that we've got going on here. So he's arrived, and then we see also Rhaegar, who's there, and he comes in with Elia, and he sort of gets off of his horse and takes his little harp, and then he sings. No hello, no hi guys, great to see you. He immediately sings the Song of Ice and Fire in High Valyrian. I'm desperate for a translation of what exactly it was that he sang, because we obviously didn't have that. But this kind of like sets the tone, and there's like he is all the way through this. The word we often get in the books is melancholy, associated with Rhaegar, melancholy, and he is very melancholic here. I don't think he certainly never cracked a joke. I don't think I saw him smile at all. He's a little bit socially awkward, I would probably say. It's clear he has got this plan to have this gathering of these nobles, and to win them to his side, and then he would march back with them to King's Landing and then take over from his father. That's his plan. He's not really worked it through, though. It seems he hadn't to start with. He'd not even told Elia what the plan was. He'd done this with Oswald Went, one of the members of the Kingsguard, who is more of the true believer. It has to be said. Arthur Dane is also there. Arthur Dane is he's a lot more uncertain about all of this. He doesn't really buy into the prophecy stuff. So they've kind of switched around where those two characters are in most of our minds. Oswald Went, also, the very clear implication is that he is in love with Rhaegar. And this very probably is sort of a conflating John Connington's character with Oswald Went, because as we've seen, John Connington is not in this. So they've kind of brought those two together. So Oswald Went is the one who's more sort of supportive of Rhaegar. Arthur Dane, yes, he's supportive. He's close to him, but he's less bought in to start with. So Rhaegar's plan, from what he says, is that I was going to sing this song, and then the Highborn Lords, they'll have been taught High Valyrian. They'll hear the words and they'll understand the meaning. That we're approaching a time when humanity is threatened by this great evil, and clearly Rhaegar is the prince that was promised, and so we all have to rally behind him. And he sort of like sends his Kingsguard, and he goes to talk to people about, you know what the Mad King is like, what my father is like. And everybody's just a little bit, okay, I don't know what you want me to say, but we've heard what happens if you say bad things about the king. And now his son is coming to me and sort of saying, so do you think that the Mad King is mad? So he's not really figured this out. He's not figured out how to do this. He does eventually talk to Elia about this. Elia is a lot stronger, a lot more proactive than she is generally presented in the stories that we have so far. A lot more political. And she tells him, okay, so your plan's not great. What you need to do is do this sort of more the Dornish way. Don't just sort of assume that everybody will immediately understand prophecy and they'll want to come on your side. Get to know people, dance with them, befriend them, woo them, bring them along. That's the starting point here. So he kind of like buys into this. There's a dance, and he dances with Lyanna. And the way that they set that dance up is it's very much, she's like, oh no, I don't really dance, I'm much better at doing the sword fighting thing. And he says, but if you know how to do sword fighting, then you know how to dance. And they kind of like make the dance a bit like a sword fight, parry, riposte, that kind of thing. She tells him that she kind of felt what the song meant. She didn't really get all of the words, but she understood the feel of it, and it did make her cry. Now, in all of this, we then get Aerys, the Mad King himself, arrives. So he, and I should probably say, I think Michael Schaefer, who is the actor who plays him, does a fantastic job. Both of his entrance in the first half is the entrance, and the second half showstoppers. So he comes in and he clearly is mad. He's contradicting himself. He's delighting in burning people. Yeah, it's not good. But he is there because Varys has told him that there might be a little bit of rebellion going on in this. But when people see the Mad King, this actually is kind of counterproductive from his perspective. When people see him, they do start to fall in behind Rhaegar. So Brandon, for example, and also Robert Baratheon, okay, I see. We do need to replace this king. So this is starting to work, but Rhaegar comes to the conclusion that he is not going to be able to launch his coup with his father there, with Varys there, so he goes and decides he's just going to go and talk to him. And there's this really good scene where basically Aerys says, well, if you're going to do it, do it. Here's a sword, kill me. And Rhaegar can't do it. So we're left in this kind of limbo where Elia is now pushing for this. She's very keen. Their marriage, it has to be said, it's a political marriage. They're both very clear on this. There's no love there. They certainly seem to get on okay, but there's clearly no love there, and he clearly doesn't trust her because he doesn't tell her immediately what he is planning. She's not part of his inner circle. And she is in love with Ashara Dane, who I'll get onto in just one moment. So that's the kind of the dynamic, and so she's actually okay with him going off a bit later on. She's very much you can have another wife if you want. That's fine. Aegon the Conqueror had 2 wives. I'm not, this is a political thing for us. You marry once for duty, once for love. Fine. The key thing for her is that her children will be sitting on the Iron Throne. That's the main thing. That it's the alliance of the Targaryens and the Martells to give the Martells the power. So we talked about Arthur Dane a bit. We talked about Oswald Went a bit. Ashara Dane. Ashara is another character whose role is increased hugely. Now, she also seems to love Elia, but Dawn is a lot more of a kind of a sexually free society. So she is also pursuing other liaisons. There is sort of a history with Sir Barristan. They never got together, but he clearly is in love with her. And she's actually she seems quite intrigued by him too. And he talks about, if he enters the tourney and wins, then he would crown her the Queen of Love and Beauty. And he is very clear that she is different to him. She is a lot freer. She does what she wants to do. He, however, is very focused on duty and obeisance is the word he actually uses. That's who he is. And she says she sees fear in his eyes when looking at her because she represents everything that he finds really hard. But he says he sees fear in her eyes as well because he thinks actually she really does want to settle down with one guy. Or girl, but settle down with a person. So that's there kind of bubbling along in the background. But the main love interest for her is Brandon. I say love interest, it's more of a lust interest as far as we can tell, although she does seem to grow to care about him quite a lot. And they do get together, and Ashara does fall pregnant with Brandon's baby. If your heart is breaking over Howland and Ashara, if I don't mention it later, I think there's still hope. But we will come back to that in just a moment. But here, in the tourney at Harrenhal, in the stage play, it is very clear this was Brandon and Ashara. Ashara does. She does dance with Ned. She has sort of conversations with Ned, and Ned is he's also very straight-laced. He's saving himself for marriage. He doesn't want to get with anyone until he's married. But still, she kisses him, so you could see where the rumors might have started on that front, but nothing happens between them. Then we get to the tourney. The there is it's not really describing anything we've had so far, but I thought this was a really good addition. There's not just the jousting, there's also a melee, and the winner of the melee is Robert Baratheon. This kind of establishes him as this really good fighter, which is good. So I liked that a lot. While that kind of thing is happening and the tourney's going on, baby Aegon is born. So this is a shift in timelines. I told you there's a few things they've shifted to make the dramatic presentation work better. So he is born at Harrenhal during the tourney. The first bit, Elia is very heavily pregnant. Now, so she, we're told then she can't have any more children, which is a blow to Rhaegar, because he at this moment is very focused in on the prophecies, and the dragon must have 3 heads. And if you remember the scene when Dany is in the House of the Undying in the books, and she looks through one of the doors and she sees Rhaegar with Elia, and he's holding baby Aegon, and we get to see that happen. And he says things like, there must be one more. The dragon must have 3 heads, so he thinks he needs another child. And while that's happening, he sees a vision. He sees a couple of visions in this. He sees a vision of what looks like dragon, and a blonde figure who I think is Dany. We're not told, but there's a blonde figure in the midst of that kind of puppetry, at which kind of like rushes towards him and breaks apart and moves around and then rushes off again, leaving Lyanna standing there. He takes this as a sign that Lyanna is the one. But I would just pause for one moment and say, I think this is a nod to the books, that Dany is looking in and sees him in the books, and it is a long-standing fan theory that he sees her back, and I think this is just doing a nod to that. He does see her. He says there must be one more while looking at her. So we get that kind of vision going on. And I should probably say the dragon has 3 heads gets a twist here, that both Rhaegar and Aerys think that the dragon has 3 heads. You can interpret this in different ways, but it means the 3rd child is the prince that was promised. So they're very focused on this idea of a 3rd child, and you may have noticed they have both at this moment in time got 2 children. Now, Aerys, a little bit later on, he kind of gives this little speech to Rhaegar about the fact that he'd kind of given up on this now. He'd had 2 children, they'd had a lot of failed pregnancies, and he kind of decided, okay, it's not happening. Rhaegar, however, decides that he must have this 3rd child. Now, if you remember that so the 3rd child for both of them is Jon and Dany. This is one of the other things which is left very open, but it is they're shown that you could come out of this believing strongly that Jon is the prince that was promised, or Danny is the prince that was promised, or both of them are, or maybe the prophecy is just a whole load of nonsense. Any interpretation could still work from this. But they're both, a little bit later in the narrative, they are both conceived when there is a red comet. So we're told that both of these could be the prince that was promised. I've digressed a little bit here. But where were we at? The Night of the Laughing Tree happens. We do not see the Night of the Laughing Tree actually in the lists. We just hear about this, and we hear Aerys getting angry about it and sending people off to try and find this Night of the Laughing Tree, who he is convinced is Jaime, who he's sent away. He is convinced Jaime did not go away, was disobeying him, and entered the lists as a mystery Night of the Laughing Tree. Rhaegar goes off and finds this mystery Night, and it is Lyanna. The Night of the Laughing Tree is Lyanna. It's not just her, though. It's made pretty clear that certainly Howland and Benjen were in on this as well, possibly Ned as well, maybe even Brandon. But it was her, and she was many times we're told that she was the best rider out of all of them. She was she couldn't really be defeated, certainly by Benjen. So it makes sense. So Rhaegar finds her, and then they have this kind of connection again there, but this is now not the first time obviously he meets her, because he has met her already with the dancing. So this is then just adding an extra layer to it, which again I think is good, because otherwise this was quite quick. He found her and then decides that he was going to crown her Queen of Love and Beauty. So anyway, the jousting happens. The Night of the Laughing Tree doesn't return for the second day. We see the jousting with the puppetry, which again I don't think puppetry gives it full justice. But we have, so Brandon has a that's what you have, a tilt against Rhaegar. Rhaegar defeats him. Brandon takes it well. That's not a problem. Then we get I think it's then Arthur Dayne does, and again Rhaegar survives. Then Barristan Selmy is the last person, and they unhorse each other, at which point they kind of like get back up, grab their swords, and the idea is then they were going to fight each other to see who the champion is. But Barristan Selmy refuses to fight his prince and yields, and so Rhaegar is declared the champion. So that's how he becomes champion, not just by defeating everybody, but because Barristan Selmy refuses to fight him. The implication is probably because Barristan Selmy is a bit of a legend, that Barristan could have won but didn't. So then we get the big moment when Rhaegar is going to give this crown to declare who the Queen of Love and Beauty is. Now, he should have given this to Elia. Elia has sort of said to him, so her plan was, you're wooing everybody and you're supposed to, you should enter the lists. She was the person who told him he had to do that. If you win, then you'll look like a king, and then you give me the crown to crown me as Queen of Love and Beauty, and the people can see this magnificent couple, a power couple, and they'll fall in behind them. So this is all of her thinking, but he doesn't give it to her, he gives it to Lyanna instead. Place of others. And we just get the last scene where he finds her under the weirwood tree, and she then says winter is coming because it starts to snow. And that's the end of the first half of the show. Right, let's I'll have a quick flick through the chat actually to see what people are saying. Um, choppy connection. Apologies. It often is on my live streams. I will try and sort that out. Commander Ray Barriston said, "I don't want to humble my prince. He's my guy." Yep. Anders Graham saying it is kind of strange for them to have John conceived under the Red Comet as well, when you could just as easily say that the Bleeding Star is a Patrick of King's Mountain. You could. John Stewart, Josh Stewart, not John Stewart, saying, "Gonna catch this tomorrow. Great to see you." Have a quick flick through. Any more? Yeah. Okay. So I'm the Cassian saying John is 8 to 9 months older than Danny. How are they conceived on the same date? So they shifted a few things. So this is one of the things to say is that they shifted a few timings around on this. Now, them being conceived on the same day was in order for them to show that it was the same red comet that they were both conceived under. So that's the plan. Now, I'm okay with this as a kind of a thing, because it leads to this idea that it could be either or both of them. Okay, so that's the first half. The second half is focused very much on Robert's rebellion. So we have a cut then. We pick up on it with Rickard and Brandon in front of the Mad King, and it's exactly as we have in the books, which is quite a dramatic opener, it has to be said. While that's going on, then we start to hear these wars and rumours of war, and we get Robert that is really well staged. You just get the Iron Throne there in the background, and then men sort of charging across, battles happening. Cut back to the Iron Throne. How does the king react to this? Cut over to what's happening with Elia, who I'll talk about in a moment, what's happening in the Tower of Joy. And while this is happening, kind of the drumbeat of war is continually going and going and going. So I thought the second half worked really well in terms of keeping the feel of a nation at war going. The Tower of Joy is... the people there are Rhaegar, Lyanna, Oswald Went, and Arthur Dayne. And that's it. Quite a bit is made later of the fact they don't have a maester. They don't have anyone else there. So that the implication is that the lack of maester is perhaps part of the reason for why Lyanna did die. They say we should go get a maester. We haven't got time. So it is just a small group. The big shift here, and this is probably one of the biggest things, which was like, oh, that's new, is that when they get there, Rhaegar has basically pieced out. He's decided he's not going with this prophecy thing. Shoes off, picking flowers. He just wants to live in a tower with the woman he loves, and just forget about the outside world. Lyanna, on the other hand, has shifted over to being really focused in on this prophecy. It sounds like what has happened is she hears about what happened to her father and her brother, and that really breaks her. And she feels the guilt of this. Whether or not she is actually guilty, people tell her you shouldn't feel guilty about this, but she feels guilty about this and wants to find meaning in it. And she goes to the prophecy. She gets like these scraps of paper that Rhaegar's got, and she's reading them and saying, yeah, so, Song of Ice and Fire, Targaryen fire, Stark ice, together our child can be this prince that was promised. This has got to mean something. And so she really heavily leans into this. And it becomes apparent when they're talking about what happened. She's very clear. She says outright, I was not abducted. I was here of my own free choice. So that is made very clear. But she also talks about kind of more magic-y stuff, prophecy kind of stuff. And she says very clearly that, and her brothers had kind of joked about this with her before, but she now says very clearly, when she was a child, she used to dream of wolves. And not just dream of wolves, but being inside a wolf. And she could actually, she's a skin changer. And that seemed to stop when she stopped being a child, we're told. But then, just coming and meeting Rhaegar, the magic-y stuff starts happening again, and she starts sharing his visions, and she sees visions of dragons too. So she seems to be this kind of green seer who can kind of like access his dreams. And this kind of builds on the fact that there is this kind of connection between the two of them. It is not just they kind of like each other. There is a deeper connection between them. And the other tweak we have on this is that she says when they met up, it was her. It wasn't him riding across, finding her, abducting her, and taking away. She says it was her. She cried out to him in her dreams, come to me, she says. And she says that she then found him waiting for her in a glade, I think it was, when she'd been calling to him to come to me. And so she is very much that, I'm actually the instigator of this. This was me. This wasn't Rhaegar coming and taking me. This was me calling him to me. So that is a big switch around from how we perhaps thought of this before. So that's the kind of situation going on there. I said I'd talk about Elia, because Elia is very political. She is, at this point, she's imprisoned in King's Landing. And she has conversations, first of all, with the other two Martells. We get Oberyn Martell, also Lewin Martell, who's in the Kingsguard. And she's there trying to kind of spread rumours out around the land, and then she wants to talk to Rhaella, who we also need to talk about in just one moment. And she gets to the point where she's writing to Lyanna. She's allowed to be writing things. Ashara Dane, at this point, she's the person who's actually sending these via ravens. Ashara Dane basically stays in King's Landing through this, contrary to what George R. Martin strongly hinted that she was doing things during Robert's Rebellion. She basically does just kind of stay there. She decides to. She loves Elia. She wants to be by Elia's side. So we get this period of kind of pen pals between her and Lyanna, and Elia decides that she wants to write not to Rhaegar. She wants to write to Lyanna and try to persuade her to get Rhaegar back in the game, because in her mind, you can't just kill Aerys now, because Rhaegar, who knows where Rhaegar is, we would then get Viserys becoming king. So she doesn't want that. What she actually wants is Rhaegar to come back into the game, win the war, depose Aerys, and then she can be there ruling with him. Her children will be on the Iron Throne after him, and she doesn't really care what Rhaegar gets up to. If he can have another wife if he wants to, not a problem. But she needs to get Rhaegar back into the game. So the writing is going on there, and Lyanna is writing back. Now, this kind of works because it does seem to be persuading Lyanna of a few things. But also those letters then get intercepted by Varys, who's good. I don't think I've mentioned Varys much before, but there is some comedy, some light touches in this. A lot of them come from Varys, and Varys is fun. I like him. He's the same kind of character he is in on the TV show. Then we get this kind of like the Red Comet is there, and Lyanna is the one who's instigating this idea of we have to have a kid. Here's the Red Comet. This is a sign from the heavens. And then the Mad King also sees this and decides, I have to try again, have another child. We have to have the third head of the dragon. At which point, Raella, his wife, is summoned to him. Now, we have, from what we've heard in the books, I think come to this idea of Raella as just being this very put-upon woman who is suffering under a very cruel husband, Aerys. We're told about the scratch marks on her that he leaves on her, and bite marks even. And Jaime feels really protective of her. Jaime comes across quite well in all of this, it has to be said. He becomes a member of the Kingsguard quite early on, and through this he's the only one who has these kind of moral qualms about what's going on. And the members of the Kingsguard are always having to say, no, we promised to serve the king, protect the king, not these other things. He tries to, in fact, get in the way of his fellow members of the Kingsguard to stop them from taking Aela away, as do Elia and Shara. But then we get what for me was one of the standout moments of the entire show. Raella, who we've been thinking, oh, they're trying to protect her, this poor woman. She then gives this incredible speech, and she's basically then she shows her scars on her body and on her arms, and she talks about how she's proud of the burn marks on her arms when she was there holding and protecting Rhaegar at Summerhall. Summerhall's mentioned a few times. Rhaegar was born at Summerhall. Her protecting her child, she's proud of them. She's also proud of the scratch marks and bite marks from Aerys. She says afterwards, he's the one whimpering, not me. And then she just goes, I think the best equivalent I could have is, the bit in Lord of the Rings when Galadriel suddenly just gets like, turns into this kind of dark queen. She just suddenly kind of raises herself up and she literally calls down curse. If I have a child, the Red Comet's there. This is the gods willing this. If I have a child, if she is a girl, I call down a curse on, and I can't remember the exact words, but on Westeros, on the Seven Kingdoms, and she will come with dragons and she will burn you. And it's kind of dark. And everyone there is just like, whoa, where did that come from? And it's very clear she's as much as of the driving force behind this desire for fulfilling the prophecy for this prince that was promised, as much as Aerys is. Aerys seemingly had given up on it by this point. But also this, hopefully at some point we're going to get a script, because I would love to see the exact words of it, but she definitely is calling down a curse from the heavens through her unborn daughter, which will lead a lot of people to equate this obviously with Dany, who is the unborn daughter that has not yet even been conceived, and the ending of Game of Thrones. I will just leave that hanging. I want to see what the actual script says, but I will say that it was fantastic acting, and it was one of those moments where we just go, oh, okay, this makes us see things quite differently. Okay, so while that's going on, so we've got two new babies being conceived. The letters from Elia have been intercepted, and Varys now knows where the Tower of Joy is, and the Mad King sends Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Gerald Hightower, down to go and get Rhaegar, because basically the Mad King by this point is he's running out of the king. He keeps on rolling through them, running out of people he trusts. He gets his son back, who he has got this deep but very weird relationship with, that he clearly loves him and adores him, but also is inviting him to kill him at times, thinking that he's plotting against him. He shifts about all over the place. Again, another fantastic performance there by Michael Schaefer. So he sends Gerald Hightower down to the Tower of Joy, get Rhaegar. And by the time Gerald Hightower gets there, Lyanna is clearly very pregnant. And Rhaegar says, okay, I will go. Lyanna kind of plays an important part in persuading him to go. And he says, okay, I will, on one condition, is that you stay and help these two guys protect her and our unborn child. Gerald Hightower agrees. He doesn't seem very happy about it, but Rhaegar has promised to go, and that was what he was sent to do. So Rhaegar then comes back. He goes to King's Landing, gathers his army, and heads off. Meanwhile, Ned has got married to Cat. There's a really nice scene with the two of them, and he's basically promising to that he will always tell her the truth, and that he will have no bastard children. So he makes those promises on their wedding night to her, which obviously will then become an issue later. So the Battle of the Trident happens. It looks amazing. We do end up with this fight between Robert Baratheon and Rhaegar. And Rhaegar has the upper hand. And he's there with his sword at Robert Baratheon's throat when he sees another vision. He gets distracted, he turns, and he sees a dragon. Massive. This is probably the best bit of puppetry, was their huge black dragon swooping in, and this was one of the bits that I couldn't where I was sat, I couldn't really see very well, but there are times when the actor, particularly when they're fighting, they sort of like subsume themselves within one of these big life-size or even bigger than life-size puppets of themselves, which sounds a little bit weird but works incredibly effectively. Here, he actually has a small puppet of himself that he's then controlling, and the dragon comes down. And as I say, I couldn't see exactly. I think the dragon was like bowing to him or nuzzling into him. It was black. Possibly this was supposed to be Drogon or Balerion. I think the small puppet was to show the dragon's huge size. Anyway, that goes. And while he's distracted, that's when Robert Baratheon comes in and kills Rhaegar. So, yes, Robert Baratheon does kill Rhaegar, but it could have gone the other way. Then we cut to the Fall of King's Landing. The Fall of King's Landing happens pretty much as we're expecting. So this is Pycelle and Varys, who are sort of arguing about whether or not the gates should be opened. Aerys is very conflicted because he talks about Tywin, who has not appeared at any point in this so far, as this was his boyhood friend. He loves him dearly, but at the same time he thinks he's been plotting against him. He's moving all over the place, and eventually he decides to let Tywin in, and that's a mistake. Rossart heads off. Where's he going? Asked Jamie. This is Rossart the Pyromancer. And the Mad King says he has his orders, and it's been made very clear that he's going to blow the city up. Jamie rushes off after him. Off stage, kills him. I think it was off stage. It might have been underneath me. Who knows? But he goes up, he kills him. And comes back, and he does kill Aerys, having changed into his golden armor. So this was like stepping out from his being a a white cloak, as it were. Still had his white cloak, but he was changing into Lannister armor to do this. Kills him, does sit on the Iron Throne. Ned comes in and sees him there, and Tywin comes in, and this is it's quite a subtle moment, but he doesn't say anything when he first comes in, and he rips the white cloak off of Jaime, and then he very gently places it over the Mad King, and he just kind of puts a hand on him just for a couple of seconds, and just as if he's grieving. And it does make you think, well, they were childhood friends, but that's a kind of a sentimental side to Tywin that we probably weren't expecting. But then Robert Baratheon also comes in, so this is the timing things that they've done to make things more dramatic for the stage play. In reality, he shouldn't be there at this point, but he comes in, and it's like, well, what now? Tywin basically bends the knee straight away and says, no, you be king. And the Mountain comes in, dragging in the bodies. Now, I can talk about this a little bit more later if you are interested. It was left open whether the baby swap thing might happen. There were a couple of hints, maybe, but nothing that made it look like it did. And if you weren't looking for something, then you definitely wouldn't have thought it. Robert is then there, and Cersei sort of comes in and is like presented, now you can marry Cersei and you can be king. And Robert's kind of in two minds about this. Ned is angry about the killing of the children, and the fact that Robert is ordering the deaths of Viserys and Dany. But Robert says you've got to go get Lyanna. So we cut over to the Tower of Joy. The Tower of Joy happens very similarly to how it happens on the TV show, which may please some people, it may disappoint some people, but the setup is pretty much the same. They use the same dialogue, which was in Ned's fever dream. They stage it in such a way as to be reminiscent of it. So they have when Ned and co arrive, then you've got two Kingsguard outside, one of whom is using a whetstone on their sword, the other one's lying down a bit, which is the same way that they were on the TV show. So they set it up that way. The fight happens. It ends up with Ned against Arthur Dayne, and Arthur Dayne would have won, but then Howland Reed comes in and kind of like stabs him from behind. So that's where the he would have killed me but for Howland Reed thing is, which have disappointed a number of people on the TV show, myself included, hoping for something slightly cooler for Howland Reed. But as I say, Howland Reed was underplayed in this. One other thing to probably say is that we do see the Sword Dawn, which glows. It's I wouldn't say it's like a lightsaber, but that's what it's a bit like. It glows white. In fact, in the second performance, there was a moment where it glowed purple, which did make me think, oh, is he now Mace Windu? I think that was just an honest mistake from the prop, but normally it was like glowing white. And he is shown to be a very good fighter. He fights off 4 people at once, moving faster than anyone else, which they worked with the slow motion thing. Everybody's working in slow motion except for him, who's moving at normal speed. So, but he dies. Then they head up, and one thing which I really love is that you just hear that nothing is made of it, but you hear the audio coming out saying, "Father," which, if you remember from the TV show, that was Bran calling out to his father. As I say, nothing much is made of that, but it is there. And I'm pretty sure I heard it at one other point in the show, but I cannot remember when that was. So maybe I'll find out at some point. But the hints are there that there's more going on behind the scenes than we are aware of, but it's not really stated. Ned finds Lyanna dying. The promise me thing is obviously promise me that you'll protect my child, but also she has come round to this idea that she doesn't want him knowing who he is. She doesn't want him thinking about prophecy. She doesn't want him engaging with battle for the Iron Throne. She makes Ned promise that he's not going to tell him anything about this. So that's the promise me thing. After which she dies, and they have the baby. The two of them, Ned and Howland, head off. Ned says, we've got to tear this down. We need to build cairns. We should take this sword back. And then they cut, and we don't see any more of that. So that for me did feel like we're missing some things here. How can the mystery of how can these two people, as it is just two people because we've been told there's nobody else there, how can they tear down an entire tower? What happens when they get to Starfall? Who is it in the books? Ned thinks very specifically that after Lyanna dies, he kind of blacks out and he says, that's where they found me. Who are they? Howland Reed is there, but who else found him? So it feels like they just kind of like did pretty much the TV show version of this, added in a twist which worked with the themes that they had in the stage play, but then didn't tell us about what happens left. And what this means is that we don't get to see the end of Ashara's story, because presumably she goes back to Starfall. But we don't know that. We don't know what happens when Ned and Howland get to Starfall. We don't see any reason really why they hold Ned in such high regard. Yes, he returned their family sword, which is a good thing. But also, they killed Arthur Dane. So it's a bit uncertain, because the Danes they hero worship Ned. They name their heir after Ned Stark. They tell him this heir great story, amazing stories about the great Ned Stark, to the extent that when he finds himself Ned Dane in King's Landing, he sneaks up just to get a peek of this amazing person. So we don't really see why that might happen. So that feels to me like maybe there's bits that aren't in there. There's stuff that George is still holding back. Anyway, Ned heads back up to King's Landing, and we're faced with the way that this is presented. We get the little scene with Cersei and Jaime. When Jaime's feeling really bad about what happened, he thinks maybe he should go and join the Night's Watch. And Cersei just sort of pitches to him what will happen. No, you stay here with me. Our children will sit on the Iron Throne. But the way that the bigger situation is presented is very much, are we going for continuity, or are we going to go for big change at this point? Varys, Pycelle are there saying that the people are starving, we need to be ruling, we need to have money from the Lannisters. Tywin's here saying, well, you can marry my daughter, and you have support of the Lannisters now. And Ned is kind of trying to say to Robert Baratheon, you don't have to just keep doing this, because this is just going to be like it was before. This is a big opportunity. We can go one of two ways. Do you want to have exactly what you were before, the same small council, Varys on it still, Pycelle on it still, Barristan Selmy still being there, Jaime Lannister still being there? Do you want to keep doing this, just slotting yourself in there, or should we try a different thing? And Robert decides to go with just being king. Lyanna, incidentally, a while earlier, she also came up with this idea that the Seven Kingdoms doesn't have to say the Seven Kingdoms. You could even split it up You could give the old kings their crowns back, and try and build a slightly more, she doesn't say it like this, but a more sort of adult type of politics where we can just have these nice alliances with each other rather than having one autocratic king over all the entire continent. So that's kind of what's presented as a possible option. Ned doesn't articulate it quite like that. He just basically says, are you really just going to carry on doing things the same old way? And Robert is, yeah. So he processes out echoes of Long Live the King, and we cut to the last scene where Ned is up in the Godswood at Winterfell, and he's there with Benjen, and Benjen basically says, yeah, I'm going to go to the Night's Watch because I knew about Lyanna, I knew what she was planning, I didn't stop it, I didn't tell anyone, so I feel bad, and, you know, this has been my fate all along, hasn't it? Cat comes in and is like, and whose baby is that? And Ned, we're reminded, he promised her truth, no bastards, and he struggles to say, eventually he does say, no, this isn't Brandon's. She gives him a few different options. She says, is this Brandon's? Is this like some poor orphan child you decided to adopt because you're a kind and gracious person? What's going on here? But he clearly decides he's going to go with this, saying, yeah, it's my, this child is of my blood. So he doesn't quite say it, doesn't quite do the lie, but the clear implication is there. And the last lines are, his name is Jon Snow, and that's it. That is the Mad King stage play. So I'm happy to take some questions. A few concluding thoughts. A reminder: semi-canon. Do not take this as absolute gospel truth for the books. This was developed with George R. R. Martin. He is not the writer of it. There are things which are going to be different. So we can take this as some kind of hints. I'm sure there's a lot here that may well be true and come from George R. R. Martin. But until he opines on it, which he surely will at some point, until he opines on it, then I think we just have to treat this as something canon. Overall, I would say that what we have here is what I would call as within the bounds of major fan theories. There's nothing here. There are some things which are new, different takes on stuff. There's twists of how we view certain characters. There are new themes. There's a filling in a few blanks. There's a few things that have been confirmed. Identity of the Knight of the Laughing Tree, for example. But none of this is outside of the bounds of what fans have been talking about. There's nothing crazy here. So I think we can all relax about that. So there's nothing really bad. I would say, again, this is a really good play. If you love Song of Ice and Fire, do go and see the play. And what I've said is just sprinkling on the surface. There's so much more. It's really a good production. I would say one thing which really very clearly came out from this is the women in this had a whole lot more volition than they did before, which feels a very George R. R. Martin thing, is that he has he often emphasizes how the histories, they kind of marginalize certain groups, don't tell some people's stories. So we should probably expect when we actually see it, Elia Martell wasn't just this kind of simpering, quiet soul that so many people seem to think she was. Rhaella had a lot more to her than we perhaps previously expected. Not only was Lyanna not abducted, but she was actually part of the driving force behind this, and so on. We've got so a lot of the female characters here have a lot more to them than they previously had. I think one of the big things we've got is this whole Lyanna was a skin changer, potentially green seer, seeing the dragon dreams, the link across with Rhaegar. This puts her very much in the kind of the magical category. He sees these visions, she sees visions. Jon is the child, of two magical people. So we should not be surprised that he gets dreams that he's a skin changer himself, and so on. The third head of the dragon, I think, is another little tweak here that, I mean, it's not new, but as an emphasis, as a thing which drives the narrative, I think that is new. We always thought that Rhaegar wanted to have a third child, but not this idea that perhaps the third child would be the chosen one. So I think that's quite a... And again, that was... they kind of explained that. They went over it very quickly as, again, an issue of translation. So David J. Peterson really needs to say some stuff on this. Maybe he has already. I've not found it yet. House Dane was, I wouldn't say unimportant to the plot, but I think there's a lot more there that George could say, and here we're not seeing it all. Arthur Dane, yes, he was good friends with Rhaegar, but he wasn't really bought into this whole prophecy stuff. Ashara, yes, she had a relationship with Elia, she had a relationship with Brandon. She was quite an important joining character in all of this, but what George has implied before about her importance isn't there. I will just say, because I said I would come back to this, I don't think the Howland and Ashara things we can write off completely. Clearly the first half of this, Brandon was the father of that child. That I think probably that feels like that is what happened there. But she is presumably going to go back to Starfall. I said that grieving is a big part of this, and it's a theme which has worked all its way through. She needs to grieve for her brother, for Brandon, for her lost child. She needs to grieve, and we're told several times, though we never actually see it, that the way that the Dornish grieve is to dance and flirt and get together with people. So she's going to go back to Starfall and do those things. Ned is definitely not going to be up for this because he's already rejected her, basically. Who else is there? Howland Reed is going to be there. So I don't think that we can write it off as a sort of a second half to the story. The first half of the story, it was Ashara and Brandon. The second half of the story, her grieving is not going to be her throwing herself off of the tower, I think. Her grieving is her going to be dancing and flirting and more. So, yeah, Howland and Ashara, maybe it's a bit of copium, who knows, but they are still possibly there. Howland, though, is another that feels like his role was diminished in this because George wasn't wanting to tell us too much. We didn't find out about the Isle of Faces. He was there. We didn't know what he was talking to the Green Men about. We didn't get any of that business. He didn't show any particular magical abilities that we're aware of. So, yeah, it feels like that was definitely underplayed. And the other thing I would say is there is lots left open here. With that, Ashara Dane, the Fagon thing, the stage play has not closed things off. There are some things I think we can now be even more confident about, like the identity of the Knight of the Laughing Tree, for example, but there are other things that have deliberately been left open. So, that's it. Let's do some questions. So now throw whatever. I'm very happy to answer any random questions you've got. I've got some from patrons, but let's have a quick look in the chat. Joel Elson, thank you very much for gifting IGG Live membership. I should probably say, actually, patrons, thank you very much. I can't do what I do without your support. Thank you. Moderators, you are amazing. If you're here enjoying the chat, then that is because the moderators do such a fantastic job. If you could show them a bit of love, I would hugely appreciate it. Ghost Streamer saying, with focus on the third child, isn't Arya a third child too? Thinking of the Aemond Alice theory from Cats Went Mother. She is, but it's... So the context of it was within the context of The Prince That Was Promised, and the idea that this had to be conceived under a red star, or bleeding star, and on the stage play they opened one of the side doors and shone a red light through it just to emphasise that's what's going on at this point. So Arya doesn't really fit any of those bits, but yeah, so it's not the third child generally is really cool, it's in this specific bit of prophecy. Ariel Winchester saying, hopped in late but wanted to send some love, hope all is well and jealous in the best way you got to see the play. Well, yeah, I am very aware how privileged I am to have seen it. I know many people haven't been able to see it, but hopefully at some point soon it's going to be made more widely available. Mrs. Gerard, do they explain why Lyanna didn't tell anyone she was eloping with Rhaegar? Not really. It was clear that she was in communication with Benjen through this, so she was telling him. The sort of implication is that this was just she's rebellious, and she was following her heart. And being independent and all that, she probably would have told people, but then by the time they kind of got there, she then discovered that her father and her older brother dead. Taking this within the sort of the context of the books, it's pretty clear who was she going to tell at this point, because there's only two people that she could tell. One is Benjen, who she did tell, and the other one is Ned, who had similarly gone missing. He was in the Vale at the Eyrie, and then from there he headed off up north. So he was gone for months, Ned. So who would she tell? Paul Whitrock saying it's nice to hear, as I'll probably never be able to see the play myself. Yeah, well, I mean, this is part of the reason why I decided I would do this, is that I know there will be some people who may well not be able to see this play for whatever reason. So, yeah, spoilers, but I think this one's deserved. Curse Ballerina, does Rhaegar whisper Lyanna as he died? Does Robert react? So he sees that he has the vision. There's the big dragon, and he sees Lyanna, and he says Lyanna. So that word was on his lips. Does Robert react? Not specifically to that, but he then whacks him with a big hammer. So you could call that a reaction. And then afterwards, it's probably worth saying he doesn't just hit him once with a hammer. Once he's lying dead on the ground, he repeatedly whacks him with this hammer, letting out this anger. And he has to be sort of hauled off by a whole load of people on his side. Do they have Jaime sit on the throne? Yep. He kills the Mad King, and the Mad King is there, fallen across the bottom few steps, and he kind of picks his way up and sits down on the Iron Throne. Yeah, it's left. He's very clear that this is not. He says, don't worry, I was just keeping it warm for Robert. But yeah, it does look, when you actually see it, it is very clear that he's gone to sit up there, because this is the Iron Throne. Is not just like a chair on the floor, like on the TV show that you just go and sit down on the chair. He has to actually step up, and he had to pick his way past the fallen king in order to take the whatever it is, 7 or 8 steps up to the top of the Iron Throne and then sit down. It is, it's an intentional act, not just I just fancy sitting down now. What's John Arryn like? Not there. One of the characters who is not included in this. So, as I say, Stannis is another example. Just that they're off somewhere. They're mentioned, but there are a lot of characters here. I kind of understand this. They needed to keep this to the minimum because they're hoping that it's not just people like us who obsess over all the details of these things who go and watch this. It's the more casual fans will also watch this. So having lots of people, it was a busy stage already. So I understand that. Nicholas Ballerina picking up for Desert Stormborn Raven wants to know, thank you, I love it when people pick up questions for others. I want to know if you think Lyanna got a second life if she's a skin changer. I mean, there's no hint of it. So what she says is that when she was a child, she would dream her way into wolves, but then that stopped as she grew up. So the implication is that she does not have a bonded animal, so she wouldn't therefore sort of have somewhere to go. Now, might her soul have then headed off somewhere? Perhaps, but she certainly didn't seem to think. She clearly thought she was dying, and she wasn't thinking, oh, let me see whether I can slip my way into an animal over there or something like that. So if so, it's outside the bounds of the story. Was there more about Dany's birth or Rhaella on Dragonstone? No. It's mentioned in the context of Robert is asked, or he asks about the others on Dragonstone. We're told about the storm, and then he's asked, well, what about the other two Targaryens? And he's like, well, which two? And he said, well, there's Viserys and there's this young girl as well who's just been born. So that's all we're really told, and we're told Rhaella died. So no is the short answer. Ultraviolent White saying good morning, Robert, and to you. I got here late, so no question as such, but wanted to say g'day and a huge congratulations, 996 subscribers on the main channel. Are you planning anything big for the big 1 million? Well, thank you very much. Yeah, on the main channel, we're nearly there, nearly at 1 million. I have to admit, I've not really thought. I've not really thought what I would do. I mean, I should do something. I don't know. Let me know in the comments below what I should do to celebrate 1 million as and when we get there. At the current rate, it's going to be some point in August, but I don't want to tempt fate on that. Yeah, we're getting close. Thank you very much. So no big plans at the moment. Let's have a look in the chat. Arena again, thank you very much, saying, do we get any hint about Varys' motive in bringing the Mad King to Harrenhal? Just doing his job, or already trying to destabilize the realm? Yeah, there's no hint about him trying to destabilize the realm. He turns up, it's quite fun. He just turns up and is sort of challenged, well, why are you here on your own? Shouldn't you be with, Eris? And he said, well, I'm not here on my own. Ta-da! And when the Mad King comes in, long hair, barefoot, and he just wanders in, and he's surprised. So it's played as a slightly comical moment. But no, the implication is he is just here trying to do his job. And he heard rumours that there was potentially going to be a a plot against the king, and so got the king now. Uh, what what I would also say is that another thing which was left open, which is just one of those small details, but I was hoping maybe we would get an answer to that. Early on in the war, Robert Baratheon, he takes Gulltown, manages to make it to Storm's End, gathers his army, but three other houses who are remaining loyal to Aerys gather in Summerhall to fight him. And he gets there, he learns about this, and he heads off and he fights them one after another, 3 battles in one day, and defeats them. And the question in the books is, well, who told him? Somebody in the small council seemed to have been playing both sides, and I've often wondered: is that Varys playing both sides? Is that how he managed to stay in Robert Baratheon's good books and the other side of the war and stay being the Master of Whisperers? Possibly, but we didn't get anything on that. Greek Weirwood saying, I wonder, someone asked if Robert heard Rhaegar say Lyanna. I wouldn't be surprised if that was what made him keep beating the dead body. Well, yeah, absolutely. It's entirely possible. Sarah O'Connor Fine Art, hi there, saying, what prop or scenery would you have taken home if permitted to the Iron Throne? It looked amazing. Or possibly the Sword of Dawn, glow in the dark. Loved it. Unpacking the Golden Button stream, suggests Kolnitsky. Possible. I might do that. Carl Klarsnark saying Robert is too English to celebrate anything ever. I mean, there's an element of truth to that. Barbary Dustin. No, we don't get anything on Barbary Dustin, I'm afraid. We're not told when Ned is there with his companions going to the Tower of Joy. The only person we have named is Howland Reed. The others they just turn up. Howland comes to Ned and says, "I want to come along," and Ned's no, not really. You shouldn't. It's not really your scene. But Howland insists, and then he turns up and he's got some more friends along with him. So that's how that one kind of plays out. So we don't know which one Lord Dustin is, and therefore there's no mention of Barbary Dustin. Reading Rhaegar saying, was there any scene in particular that you enjoyed the most? Glad you went. I feel like we're at a campfire hearing the tale from our mates. Well, I mean, that's what I was hoping, was that if you're here, it's because you want to know what's in the stage play, and I'm very happy to tell you. Was there a scene that I enjoyed the most? I don't know. I mean, I think the ones that struck me, I told you about the Rhaella one, when completely unexpectedly she just gives this epic and really dark speech. I thought that worked very well. I think probably some of the combat will stay with me because it's really kind of visceral. The way that it's quite hard to explain unless you're there. It is an experience. You're supposed to experience this, not just like hear about it. But you get the lights shining on the stage, everybody moving in this kind of slow motion, and then boom sound, and everything goes pitch black, and you can't see a single thing. And then the lights come back up again, and everybody's shifted a little bit. It kind of stays with you. They also do this thing, which again is kind of hard to describe, but it works incredibly effectively, where you would get a character who gets hit, say with a warhammer like that, and then somebody is holding their breastplate and they go flying off backwards while the breastplate stays where it is, and then while everything else remains still, and then they kind of get sucked back up into it and then fall backwards. And it's almost as if this is like their soul leaving their body, and then we see what happens. As I say, it's kind of arty, and it's quite hard to describe, but feels good. You're supposed to feel the combat more than just sort of like be impressed by their great sword skills. Michael talks about stuff. Hi there, saying, I heard Lyanna and Elia were writing to each other while she was at the tower. Do we learn anything interesting about the content of their letters? Yeah, they were writing to each other. So this is the main thing, the main reason where this heads to. Two things. First of all, this is perhaps, or part of, Elia is trying to persuade Lyanna that Rhaegar needs to get back in the game, basically. Elia has decided that Lyanna's the key person here, not Rhaegar. She thinks if she writes to him, by implication, that it wouldn't be particularly effective. So she's writing to Lyanna instead, and Lyanna does persuade Rhaegar to go. If Lyanna had said, stay with me, Rhaegar, then I suspect that he probably would have done. So that's part of it, and the other part is that this is how they know where the Tower of Joy is. It's because they intercepted those ravens, and so they know where the ravens were going. So that's it. So yeah, it's a good 2 or 3 minutes. They have the two actresses on the stage, and they're sort of like talking to each other, but they're writing the letters, sort of almost with their backs to each other. So yeah, it's those are the main points. Is that this is part of what prompts Lyanna to push Rhaegar to go to the Trident, and also how they know where the Tower of Joy is. I think that's caught up on the super chats. Let's go to a couple of questions from my patrons. Let's have a quick look at this. So we've got Commander Ray saying, who was your favourite character? Which characters do you think will be most changed in terms of their public perception from this play? So, I mean, I think a bit of both. I think Rhaella will have probably the biggest change in sort of the community as we start to work through this, because from having almost zero personality that has been revealed to us so far, suddenly she's this Dark Queen, which shifts our understanding of how that whole dynamic has worked. I think Lyanna, because she's central to all of this, is the other character that we're going to see the greatest kind of visionism on, and that's more to do with this is of her own volition. She was doing this. I was not abducted. I was calling you to me. We have always, as a community, thought, because this is how it's presented, that Rhaegar set off to find her. In reality, he was finding her because she was calling him to her. At least that's how it's presented here. So, yeah, in terms of favourite character, though, I've mentioned quite a few already. I will give a quick name check to Ned, actually. I think Ned would be a really hard character to play in this, because everybody's got this idea of what Ned is like, and he is kind of shown through this as being kind of trying to find himself, not quite sure where he's going. I think I said quite early on that a lot of this is about destiny, and we are set on these certain paths, and do you go down these? And Ned is there from very early on. I don't really know what my path is. I don't know. What am I supposed to do? I'm not going to be the Lord of somewhere. I'm not going to join the Night's Watch. Where am I? I'm this awkward middle child. So Lyanna, when Lyanna says to him, your role is to be a father, actually is incredibly insightful, because that is going to be his biggest role in the story going forward, is to be a father. You also asked, Commander Ray, which Targaryen is it that we've seen on screen that stage play Rhaegar seems most like? What is he like? So he is melancholic. He is quite downbeat, I have to say. he's not particularly inspirational. So, I mean, I don't know if there's an on-screen Targaryen that he's most like. I mean, Maekar is probably the closest, but without the hard edge. He's a softer version of Maekar, I would say, in the way that Maekar seems slightly devoid of a sense of humour. Diego Godoy saying, could I please share the feeling that you got from the play? Did it feel like the A Song of Ice and Fire universe? You've talked in the past about how your first time watching the Lord of the Rings first movie did transmit a Lord of the Rings feeling, even if it departed from book canon. Is it the same? Well, the answer is yes. And for those who've missed me rhapsodizing about this in the past, this is something that I think is quite important, is the feel of something. And so with the Lord of the Rings, if those of you who are old enough to remember going to see the first Lord of the Rings film when it came out in the cinema, I can remember I was very nervous. I loved the books. I brought a whole load of friends with me, and I sat there, and you watch the first bit and you hear, wonderful Galadriel doing the sort of the voiceover for the background bit, and then you're cutting over to the Shire and the wonderful Shire music comes in, and I can remember just sort of letting a big breath out and going, yeah, they got the feel right. Even if they miss out some details, get some that don't do things they like, even if they change stuff, they've got the feel of this world right, which I think most people would agree those films did get the feel right. Here, yeah, they got the feel right. It felt like Game of Thrones. It felt there was the politicking bit. There was the characters who operate on a number of different levels. It was the heart against itself thing. Your Ned, we already know. Yeah, Ned. With the choices he had to make, but then it's clear it's not just him. Everybody in that was given an extra layer. So Robert Baratheon, I think, was one of the ones that really struck, because we get to see a side that makes us actually feel kind of sympathetic towards him. He just really needed somebody to give him a hug, and a space to mourn for his dead parents. So yeah, there was the right feel going on there. Who else have we got? Yusef. I was too late in booking my ticket, and now it's fully sold out. Heard mixed reviews regarding the canon info. Some subreddits are viewing the info as more fan fiction than actual canon. Yeah, so the canon thing, said it a couple of times before, George R. R. Martin hasn't yet opined on this, so we'll see what he says about this, but he did not write this. It was developed with him. It is developed to be a prequel to the books, and they have definitely made a few changes to make it work better as a stage play, so it is not exact. I'm finding this under semi-canon for the time being. In terms of booking, you can, if you're local-ish, or even if you're not local-ish, you could probably ring up the Royal Shakespeare Company box office. You can certainly turn up if you happen to be in Stratford-upon-Avon. They often do get a couple of returns, so there's a chance that you might get a ticket still if you want to. But yes, they're all officially sold out, which is good news. Angelos Likatos was a Sharadane in the play, and are the theories regarding her and Hallenby true? I did talk about this a little bit ago. Yes, she was in the play, and she had a much bigger role than I was perhaps expecting. She is very much kind of the link person between lots of different people. She's there with the Martells, and the Martells are very much doing their own politicking and plotting. She's there with the Starks because she's got the link across to Brandon. And she's obviously linking across to the Danes with Arthur Dane into Team Rhaegar. So she's kind of like a linchpin that a lot of stuff goes through her. Um, Her and Harold Reed, not in this time period. Maybe, maybe later. I gave you my theories about that a moment ago. Flame G. Um, what did you think of the actors and characters? Do you think they did the story justice? Yeah, yeah, they did. I thought so. I think it's also definitely worth emphasizing that the first night was the first time they performed the entire thing through on that stage. So I think they did fantastically well. The second night, I should say, there was like a 2 minute pause. Something went wrong backstage. So they called the actors off the stage, said, just bear with us a moment, and then picked up from where they left off. But as far as I can tell, everything is still working smoothly. So production, yes. The acting, all of it was good. Some of it I thought was excellent. Particular name checks for Eris and Reala. Ned, I think, did a very good job. Also, who else did I think? The I think Leanna. Yeah, I think it was she was quite central to it all. I think so. I think she did very well, and the actress playing Ashara as well. So there were a lot of very good performances. Um, Charlotte Pelgan saying, "Is the puppetry amazing?" Yes, it is. It is. And I say, if you're not a theatre person, then puppetry probably sounds a little bit twiddly. It's not. This is huge. Particularly like the dragon they had. They did a massive dragon, which was, I don't know how big, as big as the stage, and then some of the other bits of puppetry. When they first came in on horseback, I have to admit I did a double take just to be sure, having assured everyone they weren't going to have any live horses on this show because they're going to do puppetry horses. To actually see them riding on horses it was very good. They've got the movement of the horses exactly right. Yeah, it was excellent. I think there's a few things that they probably will be tweaking as they go forward, but overall, yeah, it was astonishing. And then you also asked, saying, assuming you sat in different seats the two times you saw the play, did the experience feel very different because of the different viewpoints? Yeah, it did. And I think sitting somewhere else, so I sat quite similar to where I was in the second night. But on the second night where I was, and you'll find this wherever you are, this happens. You just look up and, whoa, a member of the Night's Watch has just stood there, because the actors come out into the audience, and sometimes they're calling things out. At one point, they're even throwing things down onto the stage. So there's it is very interactive. So your experience will be different. The things you see will be different. So, as I say, the most striking example I have of that was when I was talking about the vision. When Rhaegar has the vision, when he's holding his child, of a dragon, and I was talking to my friends who were on the opposite side of the theatre looking down. And they were saying, "Oh yeah, there was the vision, and then Lyanna was there," and I said, "Yes." And there was that. I think that woman there was Dany, and they're like, "What woman?" And they couldn't see her, and so it was like just like second guessing myself. Did I see that? Thankfully, on the second performance, I was looking and couldn't see that. But yeah, so there might be some things that you don't quite catch because of the angle you're looking at things on. But yeah, it will be a different experience. Particularly, neither time was I down in the actual stalls at like ground level. I think that would probably be a very different experience as well, because the actors are in amongst you a whole lot more there. Catherine Furseth saying, what's your take on the canon validity? I've talked about this a little bit, so I won't say much more. Elio Garcia wrote an essay on it yesterday. Yeah, so if you've missed it, I think I've retweeted it. Elio, who is... he's one of the co-writers of The World of Ice and Fire. He was, I don't think they've necessarily fallen out, but it's not quite as close a relationship with George these days. But he was for a very long time, along with Linda Antonson, a sort of lawkeeper for George R. R. Martin, and he's written a short essay on canonicity here, and his summary is, I think, quite similar to my view, which is, I don't think he actually says this is semi-canon, but what he's saying is that there are layers to this. There will be things here which will come from George. There will be things which have been changed in order to make it work better as a stage play. There will be new stuff. There will be some things which have been introduced which won't appear in the books, because George R. R. Martin does change things as he goes along. So we shouldn't take anything as 100% canon. But this is a lot, and a lot of it will be right. Lorelei Dragon saying, what can you share about, as a former theatre professional, I wonder what you can share about the technical aspects of the production, how effective they were at creating Westeros on the stage. Yes, so, I talked about this a little bit. What I think, I've not talked about the music, though, other than to say it's there. So it's... they're not using the Game of Thrones theme or anything like that, but it is this kind of low level through huge amounts of, particularly when you get like the war and you get this drumbeat of war going on, and it's the music is intended not just to be like a pleasant soundtrack to this, but it's actually sort of kind of drawing you in and setting the tone for what's going on, and the music, I think, worked really well. Puppetry I've already talked about. So the production design, there was a couple of times they used, in the middle of the stage, things would come up quite often. So the weirwood tree would emerge up through the stage. They also, as a really good bit of production, Rickard Stark was hauled up and dangled over flames. I mean, we didn't actually get flames, but he was up there and dangled, suspended in the air. Then the one thing which is the most memorable, as I said, is when the Iron Throne itself just slowly comes up and it keeps going and it keeps going and it keeps going. And that, I think, worked really well. The other thing associated with that is having the Mad King sat on the Iron Throne, because they kept the Iron Throne there for a lot of the second half of the play. Having him sat on the Iron Throne, just soft lighting, it's not the focus on him, but things were happening in the foreground and he was just there sitting on the Iron Throne while the continent is ripping itself apart with war. I thought was very effective. So friend saying, happy Thursday, got tickets for next week. Good. I hope you enjoy it. Was there a particular moment on stage you saw that was slightly away from the main action that caught your eye that we should keep an eye out for? Well, you can keep an ear out for, and somebody maybe can tell me when they see this. I think I told you that the father, when Ned is heading into the Tower of Joy, which is Bran calling out to him, which from the TV show, I'm pretty sure we heard a father at some other point as well. If you could keep an ear out for that, I would very much appreciate that. Also, and feed back to me somehow. Also, what exactly the dragon was in Rhaegar's vision when the massive black dragon comes and just sort of like comes down to him. What was going on there? I couldn't quite, neither time could I quite see exactly what was going on. I think it was just sort of like bending down to him, but did something happen? Have you come away with any new theories that can't be fully proven yet? not new theory. So I've nuanced my show. You asked about Shara Dane. I've nuanced my Shara Dane that Howland and her did not get together at the tourney at Harrenhal, but afterwards when she's grieving. That's my take on that now, which I think they did set up. That they set up that she probably really is looking for one person, not sleeping around with lots of people. That the people that she did love have all gone, and that she will be going there to mourn, and mourning to her means dancing and flirting and sleeping with people. So Howland will be there. So I think they kind of set it up for that, but we don't have. I can't prove any of that. That's just headcanon. Are there any other theories? I'll have a think about this. I'm still processing what I saw rather than coming up with theories on other things yet. But I think hopefully that will start come over the next week or two. What are the best places to go for food and drink in Stratford? Well, I always recommend, in terms of a drink, I always recommend the Dirty Duck, which is by the river. That's the Actors Pub. You'll find lots of photos of all of the many astonishing actors, the best actors in the world, do go to Stratford. And complete digression, the Royal Shakespeare Theatre, the main theatre, was where we were at. Backing onto it is, they call it the Swan Theatre, which is a smaller theatre, and it's set up more like an Elizabethan theatre would be. But anyway, while the Mad King play was on, that other theatre was showing the Cherry Orchard, Chekhov, and starring Kenneth Branagh, Helen Hunt, and Bill Pullman. So that's the kind of calibre of people that they have coming in to there. So you'll find that the actors tend to go to that pub. I also tend to recommend the Garrick, just because I like it. It's proper oldie worldy, oak beams, low ceilings, quite nice beer, and Lamb's Restaurant on Sheep Street. So William Schneider asking about canon, which I've covered. Is this a one-off play? Does it set itself up for more in the future? Is there a post-credit scene? There is not a post-credit scene, but they do come out for hours. And both times, very well received by the audience. I should probably say standing ovation both times. In terms of, is it setting itself up? No, so it's setting itself up as a prequel to the books. Now, that doesn't mean they can't make other stage plays, but I mean, this is the one, and this has taken 10 years apparently from first pitching the idea to George R. R. Martin to actually getting it performed. So probably we're not going to see another one like this, but who knows? Corvus Corax, after the high from George R. R. Martin fans getting substantial new lore quietens down, is this a good story to revisit at the theatre every once in a while? Will it be worth seeing the story when it shifts countries after listening to and others recounting? Yeah, so I will say this, I've said it before, I've been telling you what's going on in the play. Don't let that stop you going to see it. There's more. It is an experience. It's not just about here's the lore drop. So I think the experience is the thing that you will appreciate. By the time, I view this as a bit like a film, in that you can't help it. There's a big thing out there. You will pick up on some things that come out. You probably picked up on some things about the Odyssey. I've not been to see it, but I've already learned a few things about the Odyssey. I will go and see it. But this is probably like that, is that you will get spoiled of some facts about what it is, but it's not the experience. The experience is the thing which is new for you. GTM already had a peek at the details of the play revealed yesterday. Most fascinated by Princess Elia. She's so often written off as a passive victim and a frail, shrinking violet, so I love what I'm hearing about her being clever, witty, kind, politically assured, and passionate. I heard her lover was Ashara, which is fantastic, and she was in correspondence with Lyanna, which is a lovely surprise. But nothing about if she was in contact with her family. There's probably scenes with her and Oberyn. Are there any between her and Doran, or Uncle Lewin? Given that her murder had most impact in Dawn, I wondered how much we see of her relationship with her family. I get that it's not the focus of the play, but I wondered if it's one of the background elements. Yes, so the Dawnish element is definitely here. She does. So Oberyn is there, and she talks to him. She also talks to Lewin, who is her uncle. Who is in the Kingsguard. They do play out what happens in the books, which is she's basically being kept prisoner, and Lewin is sent by Aerys down to Dawn to raise an army, to go to and which joined in the Battle of the Trident. She is also doing a little bit of politicking, sending out Oberyn Martell to put messages out there about her. Basically, Doran isn't in this. He's not, maybe mentioned in passing, but he's not a significant figure here. There is one thing, I don't think I mentioned it when I was doing the recap a little bit earlier, but there's one detail that I suspect that casual fans would not have picked up on, but it's definitely there, is that during the Battle of the Trident, it's not just the two sides coming against each other. We also get Lewin Martell and Jonathan Darry fight each other. They're supposed to be on the same side, but it turns out that Lewin Martell kind of turns because the Martells are being blackmailed into this, and actually he doesn't want Aerys on the throne because Aerys has imprisoned Elia and her children. So that, I think, is just a little Easter egg for book fans, because the Mad King did hold that Lewin Martell must have betrayed him at the Trident, and the fandom, in the absence of any information, had just kind of shrugged and gone, well, probably that's just the Mad King being a bit mad and paranoid. But it seems maybe that did happen. So, yeah, that's just a little detail there. The Dornish plot is not so much about Dawn as House Martell and the Danes trying to preserve their power. Mara Lee, hi there, Mara. Grateful for anything about your first impressions. The roles that Howland and Lyanna play as the Knight of the Laughing Tree. I mean, I've sort of covered most of this. So what I'll say is that, yes, Lyanna is the Knight of the Laughing Tree, and they play this as a sort of a reveal, is that Rhaegar finds this knight with the helmet on and starts fighting, and then pulls the helmet off and, oh, it's her. So that's the way they play it. But Howland is in on this. They do try to persuade him to join the lists. He's very clear he's not a fighter. He wouldn't achieve anything there. But he is in there, and he knows that Lyanna did it. And so when Rhaegar turns up, he's actually holding the shield. And he pretends to be the Knight of the Laughing Tree. He tries to take the blame so that Lyanna doesn't have to, because we assume that Rhaegar is there, or they will have assumed Rhaegar is there to kind of haul this Knight of the Laughing Tree to Aerys, and Aerys will probably kill them. Howland, it's underplayed, but he does basically try and sacrifice himself and say, yeah, it was me, take me in, so that Lyanna can get away free. Yeah, it's a nice little touch, but he knew about it, but he wasn't involved. Matt C, is there any news on if or when we'll be able to see the show in the US? No, I'm sorry, we don't have that information. The only thing we have to go on is, well, a couple of bits of information. It's not being extended in Stratford. This was only ever booked for a short period of time. The Royal Shakespeare Company usually in the Royal Shakespeare Theatre, as the name suggests, perform Shakespeare. So they've got a full programme. I don't know what they're showing next after this, but they cycle through a whole load of Shakespeare plays, and they've got that booked in for afterwards. So the programme for the next few months is set. They're not going to extend this there. So that's the first bit of information. The second bit of information is just what George R. R. Martin said, what must now be 2 years ago, which is that it would start in London, he said at the time. It's technically not London, but close. And then after that, it would go to New York and Australia. That's what he said. Now, this is obviously dependent on if it's a success, because they're not going to be putting on what would be, must be quite a, it's a complex production, and it's probably quite an expensive one. So they, I think we can probably say as it is all sold out, and it was well received, that it probably will go to America. Don't expect it this year. I think probably summer next year is the earliest it might get there, but if I had to guess, it will find a permanent home somewhere in London and a permanent home somewhere in New York, and then maybe go to Australia afterwards. That would be my my best guess on it. I was just trying to say, so I happened to be sat next to people who I strongly suspect were mainstream media critics or something like that. They all had red lanyards around their necks, and didn't look like Game of Thrones nerds, let's put it that way. And they seemed to like it, from what I could tell. One of them snuck out as soon as they could, but the others were smiling and clapping at the end. So hopefully this means it gets good reviews. Ranabir Mitra saying, please tell us what you saw in regards to the magical aspects around these 2 years of the plots, particularly the old gods. Did they take steps towards leaning into the magic, or largely stay away and keep the theme more political and intrigue based? I asked because is there a possibility of Lyanna having a weirwood wedding? Oh, I didn't talk about marriage at all. I must do that. So are there hints included of the old gods, or Bloodraven? So the short answer is not really. On the marriage point, this is one of those things that we're it's possible. We obviously didn't see the entire time there at the Tower of Joy, but the implication is they didn't marry in the stage play. Obviously, in the TV show, they did. So we've got two competing things going on here. Now, in terms of the magic, so there are a few elements to this. So we have the visions, which are very clear and very there. Massive dragons and things like that. So the visions are definitely there. We have what I am pretty sure is a two-way vision with Dany in the House of the Undying, seeing Rhaegar. We get the prophecy, which is playing a central part in this, particularly this third head of the dragon thing and the red comet. So that is there. As for the old gods side of things, so Lyanna, she basically says that she was a skin changer. She doesn't say it like that, but she says that she was a skin changer, and she has these kind of dreams, and she somehow managed to connect in with Rhaegar's dreams as well. So we get all of those elements. We don't see any of that. Other than the visions, which we very much do see. In terms of the old gods, the weirwood tree is there quite a lot. The weirwood tree at Harrenhal is there, and we also see the weirwood tree at Winterfell. They are trying to pray to it. The Stark kids don't really know about how to pray. It does in the first scene we have when we get Lyanna and we get Howland Reed, when she's done all of her kind of pleading, and there's a little bit of talking, then the tree shakes, and she says, "Is that a sign?" And then someone, possibly Brandon, who was there at the moment, says, "Of what? The weather?" So it's like they're kind of downplaying it. There's not. It's hard to say that there's not much magical stuff because it permeates it all, but it's not played up much. Prophecy is all the way through this. The visions are there, really in your face. The idea that that Lyanna is magical is very important in the plot. So you can't exactly say it's not there, not important, but it's not played. We don't see Bloodraven suddenly peeking out from a weirwood tree or anything like that. There's no massive things, and obviously also the calling out to the father thing, which is Bran calling out from the future to his father as a young man. So there are hints. Maybe there's some more that I just didn't pick up on as we're going through, but they don't make a big thing of it. Do you get a feeling around the play's story trying to tie things or marry up to the original HBO show? It's named Game of Thrones The Mad King, so maybe they had to tie things to the current show canon in some discrete cases in the plot. So, I mean, the headline to this is no. This is not show universe. The writer, the producer are very clear. This is book. They're trying to be a prequel to the books. They don't use the same visual imagery as the show. The sigils are different. The music, they don't use the same music. HBO, this is not an HBO production. HBO are not involved. This is George himself kept back the rights. He sold the rights to HBO or Warner or whoever it was, which company it was, to make TV show and I think films from his works, but not the stage play. He kept that back, and that is what this is. So this is with him. So all of that is, the headline is no. That said, they, I think, were very aware of the fact that there's a limited number of us book nerds here. If they want this to be a success, they have to appeal to the TV show audience as well. So how they've done that, I think, is by calling it Game of Thrones The Mad King, which is a direct link across to the TV show, because it's not a Game of Thrones, it's just Game of Thrones. So they've done that, and there are some things that they have deliberately tried to make like the TV show. I think the Tower of Joy scene is one of them. As I said, it was very noticeable, to me at least, that the Kingsguard were in the same position they were in with the Whetstone as they were on the TV show when Ned and co arrived. The Call Father is definitely a thing which is obviously in the TV show, and so TV show people will go, oh, yep, that's interesting. I saw that happen. So there are some things they framed it in a way that would be accessible to the TV show audience, but then it's not in the TV show world. It's not. Is the headline answer is no, it's not TV show, but they are aware. Let's go to Relaxed Like a Cat, saying 2 questions. Do you think it's going to end up on a streaming service? It's possible. As I have no inside information on this. They do record it. actually, if you go and you can have a look on the RSC website, you can see a couple of performances where they flagged up that they will be being recorded in that performance. They record everything in the Royal Shakespeare Theatre, just for posterity, but that does open up the possibility that it could, like Hamilton, for example, you can find on streaming services. And there is now it's quite a long history of quite a lot of theatre productions, certainly in the UK, that get shown in cinemas. They film them and then they show them in cinemas, and sometimes they do them on streaming services. So I don't know whether that's the same in other countries, but it often happens here. So it's possible, but I don't know. My best guess is that they will probably try and keep it quite tight to start with, just in the theatres where it's being shown, and then perhaps later they will expand out and show it more widely. Secondly, my main question, do we need an ending to A Song of Ice and Fire? In a sense, we've already had a version of the ending, as well as masses of detailed interpretations. I think we do need, others will have views on this. Whether we get one is a different issue, obviously. But I think we need answers to questions. And this does provide some answers to questions. You could say, given the fact that George R. Martin was not involved at all in seasons 5 to 8 of the TV show, you could, other than sort of a handover meeting beforehand, you could argue that this is a rubber stamp on some things that we discovered there. R plus R equals J, for example. We're so used to that now just being a fact that we don't even think about it. But this was yet again confirmed here, which it never has been in the books. Don't forget, and as George R. Martin said, only the books are canon. So this is the closest we've got to a George R. Martin approved thumbs up to that. But yeah, we need. There's a whole load of stuff this does not touch on. The others this doesn't touch on. We don't know what's going to happen there. Obviously, we don't know the ending of Danny's story and things like that. So there's a huge amount of things that we still need the books for. Quick flick through the chat. Nicole Knock saying, if the script is released, I'll need you to do a dramatic reading on the second channel. Thanks for the coverage. Well, thank you very much. I'd love to. I have a feeling that this is the kind of thing that under copyright I wouldn't be able to do, but I'd love to. I can certainly do some bits. Carlos Ballerinas, no annulment, no weirwood wedding. John's still a bastard with no Targ name. Did Dan and Dave make up every part of R+L that they filmed? So, just on the details there, no annulment, no talk of an annulment. Elia suggests he take a second wife. She's quite cool with that. There's no issue as far as she's concerned, as far as that is. No weirwood wedding. No, we certainly didn't see one. There's no. It's not written out. It's possible that they could have got married, but I think the clear implication is that they didn't. So John is still a bastard with no Targaryen name. Yeah. So the name thing is. Lyanna did not give him a name. Now, obviously this is semi-canon. That doesn't mean that he wasn't given a Targaryen name. Ned names John. George R. Martin has confirmed that name does come from Ned. So, yeah, it's not in there. She doesn't say, and this person is Aegon or whatever. And because of the way that story, the story of the stage play is structured, she ends up in a point where she's not wanting Jon to know his true heritage. And so it would not fit that she gives him a Targaryen name. So it's possible that this is one of those things, and there will be some of those things where they have, because of the way that the changes they made in order to make the stage play operate as a cohesive whole, then that will have knock-on implications for some changes to the story. Gigi, just joined. Nice to meet you in real life. Michael Venema as Patreon. Did you already discuss Brandon and Ashara instead of Howland? I did. Lovely to meet you two. Yeah. So one of the lovely things about going to the stage play was I got to meet a few people, which was great. If I will be back. At least one more time. Aziz and Asher from History of Westeros are coming over, so I shall be going with them a little bit later in August. If others are there, it would be fantastic to say hi to you. Yeah, sorry, that was a bit of a digression. It was fantastic to meet you. Did I already discuss Brandon and Ashara instead of Howland? I did, yes. So, as you missed it, very quickly recap. Yes, so clearly Brandon and Ashara got together at Harrenhal. My tentative take is that does not rule out Ashara and Howland getting together a bit later, because they didn't show any of the fate of Ashara. We don't know what happened to her at all. So, and we know that Elia is dead, we know that Brandon's dead, we know that she has to grieve and mourn, and as you'll know, seeing the play, it was mentioned several times what the Dornish do to grieve and mourn, which is not throw themselves off the top of the towers. Yeah, there's still hope, but it's the first part of that theory is pretty gone now, I think. Right, let's have a quick flick through the chat. Andrew Case saying, Wannabe Mitra saying, I'm guessing they didn't make Lyanna tell Ned all the promises in the play. All the good bits are being blocked for the books, seemingly. Yes, so it would not surprise me if there's more that George R. R. Martin has kept back. Stuart, good lad. I haven't been back in a year. Great to see you. Then saying, happy to be here. The Mad King gets a bad name. Surely he meant well in his own head. No, bad guys don't think they're bad. Yeah, so you do feel a bit sorry for, well, I did anyway, watching it, because he is very clearly not of sound mind at this point here. And you see it right when we get towards the very end. It's not just about happily burning people and things like that. He's letting five minds about absolutely everything, whether he loves someone or hates them, whether they're an ally of his or whether they're his mortal enemy. He thinks both things at the same time. So you do kind of feel a bit sorry for him. But yeah, everyone's a hero in their own story. Did I pick up the super chats? Reflective Ramblings asking. I don't know if I did. Somebody shout, one of the moderators, tell me if I missed one, and I will happily go over and try and find that one again. Pied Piper of Hamelin, do you think that it is out of the norm for how George R. R. Martin typically writes these sort of characters, or am I just missing something? Also, what was the audience like throughout the play? Well, in terms of the audience, they seem to love it. So UK audiences tend to be a lot quieter during plays than American audiences. Let's put it that way. So there's no... American audiences would often break into applause when a famous actor comes onto the stage. Things like that. That does not happen in the UK. But there was one spontaneous bit of applause, which was when the Iron Throne came into on the first night. Anyway, the Iron Throne came into play. The audience was engaged. Everyone was loving it. I think the people who bought tickets for what was potentially the sixth performance, certainly in the first week or so of it being performed, I think most people were quite keen to see it. One thing I will say, complete digression, but what I find quite amusing is that, so the Royal Shakespeare Theatre has a very dedicated fan base about people who love Shakespeare and love supporting it and will go and see everything that's on there. So in amongst all of the very clearly Game of Thrones fans, there was still this smattering of abandoned souls who normally turn up to see Shakespeare being performed wonderfully in that very theatre, and then I'd love to talk to them afterwards. But yes, being confronted with 4 hours worth of Game of Thrones. So yeah, it was quite an interesting mix there. I suspect that will be the case throughout the run. What was also quite interesting, just as a little bit of extra flavour to this, it was very noticeable that the staff were lovely, but they were also, it was their first night doing this, and the entrances to the theatre had changed because they'd restructured it so that people were coming round to the back of the theatre as well. So they were still figuring things out, and they gave everybody a sticker to put over your the camera on your phone, so nobody could be taking any pictures while inside. So yeah, there was the audience was very appreciative. Do I think it's out of the norm for how George R. R. Martin typically writes these sorts of characters? I'm not sure exactly which characters you're talking about there, but what I will say is that the characters whose roles were increased, the way in which they were increased did feel very George R. R. Martin, in that Elia Martell is always portrayed in these things as just this poor, weak woman, not well enough to have any more children, and just set aside by Rhaegar. That doesn't really fit our understanding of the Martells. So to see her a lot more full of life and clever and switched on and playing politics, I thought that worked really well. It's very much George R. R. Martin kind of switcheroo kind of feeling, to be leaving everybody thinking that it was Rhaegar going to pick up Lyanna, whereas in fact Lyanna was saying it was her picking up him or calling him to her. So that felt very kind of George R. R. Martin, as did the Rhaella reveal, I have to say. Michael talks about stuff. I heard Rhaegar was wearing hippie clothes, wanting to just stay at the Tower of Joy. Is that accurate? I have compared the full spring to the Summer of Love, and hippie Rhaegar would be fun. Yeah, he was. I mean, I think I rather tongue-in-cheekily said earlier that he just pieced out. He went barefoot and collected flowers. All of that is true. He gets, so we don't see the shift, which was, it's a little bit jarring perhaps, particularly for people who have grown up thinking of Rhaegar as this very prophecy-driven person, which he was in the first half of the play. In the second half of the play, he is just saying, "No, I don't want to get involved in this war. I just want to stay here in this tower with this woman I love." And he did. He goes. We see he enters one scene. He's got like this little. He's collected some berries for her and this little ring of flowers. And so yeah, he's a bit hippie like. It has to be said. So it was a little jarring, but at the same time, he kept this kind of melancholy feeling going, and it then wasn't too jarring when he then headed back to war. he was very much like his old self. Had a question from Gigi. Okay, how did you feel about it? I really didn't like it. Liked the fan theory more. Feel about the play, or is this about Shara and Brandon? The play overall, I loved. I should say, if I've not made that clear, everyone, if you can get a chance to see it, I would highly recommend that you do go and see it. In terms of the Ashara and Brandon thing, I'm a big fan of the Halland and Ashara thing. I think that works better myself, which is why I'm still looking for ways that it might still work. The Brandon thing, the bit about the Brandon thing that did work quite well is that so he's there with Ned, and Ned's saying you can't go off with other women because you're engaged and you're going to be married, and he said, well, I'm not married yet, and then he goes off and actively pursues Ashara. And how that works well is that Lyanna, who clearly loves her older brother, sees that and also sees Robert Baratheon. And it's not just a thinking, oh, well, Robert Baratheon's a terrible person. She thinks this is what men are generally like, which softens the Robert Baratheon thing because it's not a personal thing about him. And she does see this other side to him, the softer side. So it kind of works well as a kind of a counterpoint to Robert Baratheon. It didn't quite land as well for me with the lost child thing. I have to go back and have a look at all of Sir Barristan's book recollections of this. I'm not 100% sure how well it chimes. So if I had to guess at a thing which may well not be the case in the books, this is on the list. It does work. I mean, plenty of people in the past have theorized that Brandon and Ashara got together. So it's within the bounds of generally reasonable theories. I think it didn't quite land. It's my take. Let's have a quick flick through. Joe Magician, hi there. Matt, great to see you. Saying no baby swap though. Thank the 7 for less baby swaps. No baby swaps. So in terms of, I think I sort of talked about this a little bit more into a little bit earlier, but I will expand out what I was saying when I said that it's possible. This is the baby Aegon Varys. Did he swap the babies around thing? There is no new evidence that he did. If you were looking for it, there are 2 bits that, because I was keeping an eye out for it, obviously. There are 2 bits where you go, okay, well, maybe. The first is that Varys has a couple of conversations with Elia. She's in prison, and he comes in with some food for her. It's kind of reminiscent of the Ned Stark thing, actually. So Varys comes into her cell. She appears to be in the black cells. No light. And so he comes in, offers her some food. And he said, I'd like to, basically, in a Varys kind of way, I'd like to be your friend in the same way that I'm being a friend to your children. And she says, well, what do you mean? And he recounts what they're up to these days, and and little baby Aegon, he likes my bald head, or things like that. So you get this kind of thought that he has made the connection with the children so far. So that's the first bit. There's no, she basically says no to his overtures, and she tries her own power play back at him. So there's no sort of follow up to that. but the connection between him and those children is made. And then the second point, if you were looking for evidence, would be the mountain comes in with the bodies, just kind of dragging the bodies along the floor. And who is scurrying in afterwards is Varys. So he obviously was coming from the same kind of place. He was not there before, and he comes in with them. So that's it. You could say there's a gap there. Maybe the baby swap did happen. Personally, I still hold to the idea that it didn't. I've done videos on that if you're interested over on the main channel, but I don't think we can use this as evidence that it definitely did not happen. It could have done. There was a gap there. Paul Wittrock, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hoping for Bessie. There was no Bessie. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear about that. Sorry to tell you about that. All of the war stuff, the battles, I really liked how they did it, but it was done very kind of quick and then move on. It was like this kind of drumbeat of war, which was going through most of the second half, was that you'd get some action and then the guys would all run off. So they'd run on, there'd be some fighting, and then they'd run off, and then you go to the Tower of Joy or see what Aerys is up to or something like that. Which kept this kind of the pace of the play kept up because of it. It was the drumbeat of war going on through this. When you get to things like, say, for example, Stony Sept, then again, they do it quite artistically. He's there, injured, leaning on his hammer, and then surrounded by these enemies who are all about to attack him, and then in rushes Ned and the cavalry. And he sort of says, "Oh, it took you long enough." That's the way they played this. So we don't linger on any of these things. We just see, okay, so there was a battle there. They were at this place. For example, we also get. We don't see the wedding between Ned and Cat, but we see them afterwards when they're talking to each other after the wedding. We don't at all see Jon and Lysa Arryn. We know that happened, but that's not there. Which is a rather long-winded way of saying no, there's no Bessie. And a bit Mitra saying the backstabbing from behind is definitely not the case. That is the stage play going with the show since George R. R. Martin went revealed, but in the Winds of Winter, Howland will do something different. I think so. They, as I say, they did it. It was very much like they set that up, very much like the TV show. That's the bit that I most thought, oh, they've cut and pasted from the TV show here. Maybe try and put yourself into the mind of the writer, but maybe the idea was, rather than come up with a completely different version, if George R. R. Martin doesn't want to reveal stuff, so we would then have, here's a show version, here's the stage play version, and then here's the book version. Maybe they thought, well, we'll just stick with the version that's already out there, give or take, and just throw in a glowing sword. But Howland, yeah, it was exactly the same. You think he got killed or knocked down, and then he sort of rushes out from behind. I really hope it doesn't turn out like that in the books. I don't think this pushes us one way or the other. I think they were just defaulting to what is one of the big mysteries in the series, defaulting to what we already have, rather than trying to create a new thing. Andrew K saying curious was not further details about promise. In the play's view, does not seem very much there that Ned would agonize about breaking, as in the text. Yeah, so I think this was one of the things. So the promise is don't. Yes, it's look after him, but don't tell him his heritage, don't tell him anything, this stuff here, I don't want him to be dragged into all of this kind of thing, so hide all of that from him. So Ned agonizes over broken promises in the book, so this doesn't feel like that. I do feel that promise was kind of shaped to the stage play, because Lyanna has gone through this kind of character arc which leads her at this place where she doesn't want that for her son. So that worked within the context of the stage play. It wouldn't necessarily work within the context of the books. They are different media, after all. Joe Magician, there's information that Rhaegar often goes to Summerhall to be alone in the ashes, and a fan theory that he plays the harp for the ghost of High Heart. Do you think him being a dreamer kills that theory? I don't think it kills it. So Summerhall is mentioned a few times, and the tragedy at Summerhall is mentioned a few times. He references this, the grief thing. It comes up a lot. He was born into grief. Sounds like a quote. It might be something he actually said. He said something very similar along those lines. Yeah, so they don't play up the he went to Summerhall thing here. He does play his little harp and sing the song. Actually, Aerys reprimands him for that. He says this is a thing for the kings. It's not for everyone else. Rhaegar is thinking, but I do want some other people to realise that this is quite a big and important issue that is facing the continent. And only the High Lords will be able to understand it anyway, because it's in High Valyrian. Does this... Not really. I mean, I think you have to... With a lot of these, the wider bits of background, I think I'm taking with a big pinch of salt if they're just not mentioning a thing. Because Stannis barely gets a mention, Jon Arryn barely gets a mention, John Connington isn't there at all. These characters who are very important to us, they had to take some out, or otherwise the cast would be so big. So them taking out this idea that, you know, the ghost, them not mentioning the ghost of High Heart, I think is completely understandable. Is him being a dreamer, does that prevent any of the stuff with the ghost of High Heart? I don't think it does prevent it at all. The dreams he has, it's hard to say because they're presented, the two that we see, they're presented very kind of experientially. So it's really hard to kind of tell what is it that he's kind of taking from this. There's a massive black dragon comes and bends down before him. Is this a sight of Drogon in the future? Is this a sight of Balerion in the past? Is this just... I was there with the same showing as a popular Australian YouTuber who thought this dragon was very... Alt-Shift X, I'll just say his name. He was there. And we had a chat about this afterwards. He said that he thought the dragon was very kind of skeletal. So maybe this wasn't actually supposed to be a particular dragon. So it was, to two relatively well-informed people, we couldn't decide between ourselves exactly who that dragon or what that dragon was supposed to be or what it was doing. So the idea that these are kind of instructive dragon dreams doesn't really work that easily, if that makes sense. Reflective Rambling saying missed super chats just above. What did I miss? Let's have a look. There was one about Bessie. I definitely answered the one about Bessie. Gigi, I did answer. I think I picked them all. Maybe I missed them. No, I think I'm caught up. Okay, let's have a look here. So from Sarah Connor Fine Art saying 3 missed super chats. Okay, well I will have a look. Hang on, here we go. So anyway, Reflective Ramblings picked up from Ranabin Mitra. How irritating was it? Thank you. I love it when people do this. How irritating was it to not get the Littlefinger reveal to Brandon about Rhaegar, the Inn at the Crossroads hypothesis you had? Yes, so Littlefinger's another one of those characters who was taken out. He's sort of vaguely mentioned because someone says to Brandon, I forget who now, someone says you fought a duel for Cat, didn't you? Which doesn't quite fit the timeline that we have. So I don't think what happens here, because we missed out that bit, the meeting between them, we missed out between part 1 and part 2, so we didn't see that at all. Littlefinger could have been there, and he could have spread the lie. We do not know. Somebody somewhere, it still has to have happened, that somebody somewhere told Rickard Stark that, and Brandon first of all, that Rhaegar had gone off with Lyanna. So we're still missing that bit of information. I still stand by my Littlefinger theory. It's not one that we got complete evidence for, but it just fits. And incidentally, my Robert's Rebellion playlist, people ask me about this a lot. I will be redoing it on the basis of what we've got from here. When I say on the basis of, I will be updating with my new thoughts, including the thoughts that I've had based on what we've seen in the stage play. So there will be some things which I will start to reflect what happens in the stage play, which I will play into. So, for example, the Hound and the Shara thing, I will update that to take account of what we've got going on here. I'm just flicking back through the super chats. Ultraviolent White, you put me onto a few other channels, in particular LML. He's incredibly insightful, if slightly unhinged. Any chance of going live with guests again? I may well go live with guests again at some point. I have had Aziz on a few times, but yeah, generally speaking, now I don't have guests on. I'm not ruling out. Maybe I will again at some point. Yes. Flicking through the chats to see any other super chats I've got. Paul Whitrock just saying saying thank you. It's nice to hear, as I probably won't ever be able to see the play, which is a shame. I know there's quite a lot of people who won't ever get to see the play. Mrs. Gerard asked me, did I explain why Lyanna didn't tell anyone? I think I answered this one. Why she was eloping with Rhaegar. She did tell Benjen. Her father was already dead, as was Brandon. That just left Ned, and Ned was disappeared somewhere. Okay, I think that is me caught up in the super chats, but do shout if not. Tony Sled, hello from Canada. How do you like the Kristen Cole execution on House of the Dragon? Peace. Well, yeah, having to shift my brain. Actually, it's been quite weird because I've obviously focusing in on House of the Dragon, and then this week it's just been about the stage play, and my brain's had to shift again. I will now have to shift back to thinking about House of the Dragon. But yes, so last week's episode, Kristen Cole was killed. So it was quite similar in structure to how it happens in the books. They changed some of the cast. Different people did different things. It wasn't Ali Blackwood, who did it in the books, for example. Also, the speech that what's his name gives. I've entirely forgotten who was. Oscar Tully gives. That was somebody else in the books, but the general concept was the same. So I was pleased that they kept it like that, with him not getting the glory that he was hoping for, a glorious death. So I think that worked quite well. I think a lot of people didn't like the fact that it was at the start of the episode. I actually, on reflection, did quite like that, because it felt. I obviously knew to expect it, but the fact that it was at the beginning of the episode did give you this kind of sense of security that we were just going to get another episode of him wandering around the Riverlands and not really getting very far. And if there's a dramatic end to it, it would be at the end of an episode and then cut to black screen. But yeah, so I quite liked it being at the beginning, because it kind of kept you on your toes a little bit. So yeah, I enjoyed it. Let's. Tony said, saying I loved it too. Felt like early Game of Thrones seasons. Yeah, I would say so. Aaron Sanek saying, the moment you said Aussie creator, I think we all knew it couldn't be anyone else. But Shifty, yeah. So he was there, Gliders was there. It was good chatting to them both. They actually, I hope they don't mind me saying this. I felt really glad that they got to see it, because they're obviously in Australia and they flew all the way over, and they told me they bought tickets for the first 5 performances, and then one after another each of those performances got cancelled, and this was their last chance when they saw it on what turned out to be the opening night. They were flying back to Australia again the next morning. This was the last chance that they had. They could have flown all the way to the other side of the world just to miss seeing the stage play. I mean, Stratford's a delightful place to spend a few days, but that clearly wasn't the plan. But yeah, I did a very random after the stage play. We went back to his hotel room actually, and got out a recorder and just spoke. I had to head off, but I could spare half an hour when we were just saying what we saw, which was quite fun. But yeah, it was good to see them. Mrs. Jarrett saying, hi, I asked also if there was a reason for the fight in the Tower of Joy, or did I miss the answer? I don't think you did miss the answer. Maybe that's the bit that I missed. So the reason for the fight at the Tower of Joy is that Rhaegar made the Kingsguard promise not to let anyone through that door. That's it. And so it is, as I say, it's what happened on the TV show. Is there were some tweaks, but that was basically what it was. Is that you get he made them make solemn vows. They went down on one knee, holding their sword and things like that, to not let anybody in there, and so they didn't. They didn't get into. They used the same dialogue. I didn't see you at the Trident. That whole bit of dialogue they used again, and there was no. Well, come on, it's my own sister. You're not going to let me in. So they didn't do any of that kind of stuff. They just cut and pasted it, basically. Right. Question from Sebastian Holden saying, Robert, you lucky dog. I am lucky. I keep thinking it. I'm very fortunate that I'm close enough to being able to see this. Mad King and Rhaegar both were trying to meet the prophecy. Robert beat the mountain. Does Ned believe in the prophecy? Okay. So the Mad King and Rhaegar were both trying to meet the prophecy. Yeah. They were, as in, so Aerys thought, so he'd been told that the prince that was promised was going to come from his line with Rhaella, and so he was trying to have 3 children. But because they'd only had the two, and because they'd tried lots of other times, and there'd been a whole lot of stillbirths and the like, he had decided that it wasn't to be, and he'd kind of given up on that side of things, but was sort of like open to the idea of Rhaegar doing the same. But when the red comet appears, then he's like, no, back in the saddle. So that's where that was, and so they were both going along the same idea, and so this was very much something that the stage play was emphasizing, is that both Dany and Jon, because they got them the conception happening on the same day, a little bit of timeline twisteroo to make the stage play work a little bit better. They both Jon and Dany could be interpreted as being the prince that was promised, so that's a deliberate thing on their part. Robert beat the mountain. So there was the tourney wasn't just the jousting, there was a melee, and Robert Baratheon won the melee, and yes, he beat the mountain. There was also, if I remember rightly, there was a lot going on in that melee. That was one of the more complicated fights. I think that Oberyn Martell was in there and also had a little bit of a moment against the mountain as well, which was like, oh, hang on, foreshadowing going on here. But yeah, so Robert Baratheon, they wanted to show Robert Baratheon was what he was, incredibly powerful and strong fighter. And they showed that very effectively. Does Ned believe in the prophecy? So Ned's, if the prophecy you're talking about is the prince that was promised one, he wasn't really exposed to it. So he wasn't ever in contact with Aerys or Rhaegar, really. I mean, a little bit, but not really. And when he finally reached Lyanna, she's like saying, I don't want my child to engage in any of this stuff. So no, he didn't, and he wasn't. He didn't pray. The implication is that he was relatively devout in a northern way when we get to the books, praying before the heart tree and things like that. It's these events here that brought him back to that. He stopped praying to heart trees when his mother died, which he doesn't even. He can, again, grieving is a huge part of this. He can barely get that thought out when he sort of say, I haven't prayed since my mother, and then he kind of like falters. The implication is that what happened here is what pushed him back towards that. GG, a very generous super chat, thank you so much. Saying, love you all, thank you mods, we'll watch all later. Thank you. Moderators, it was very kind of you, GG. Moderators, thank you, you're doing an amazing job, as you always do. I think it's time for a little bit more love for the moderators. I've been talking for a little while now. So, moderators, thank you, hugely appreciate it. Sebastian Holden saying after party in the hotel room. Yeah, it wasn't. I don't know if it counts as an after party. We got the show is quite a. It's a long one. So that first showing in particular, it started a little bit late, and then I think it was the producer came out and just said a few words before the show even started, which was very nice. So by the time it finished, it was, I don't know, 11:30, 11:45 at night, and I had to sort of head off home. I hadn't booked myself a hotel room, we were all kind of buzzing. Because it was completely new and we hadn't heard any rumours about it at all by that point. So there's the amount of information that was coming at us meant that we just had to process it. I think everyone was buzzing. It wasn't so much an after party as just getting things out there and letting us saying what we saw. Oh yeah, so the recorded thing. Sorry, Vitamin J saying the recorded thing. I wish I could tell you where that's going to be. They were saying they didn't know what they were going to do with that recording. I don't know whether they even carried on after me. I had to head off, but they said that it would be appearing somewhere. I said great. So tell me when it appears. That would be good. Quick flick through. Mando Trades saying, therefore, Bobby B could not lose to Rhaegar. Yeah, so it felt. I would have to have a look at that combat again. Robert Baratheon did get injured. So in the battle, and that's actually a pretty important plot point in the books. He arrives later in King's Landing because of it. Here on the stage play, he doesn't arrive later in King's Landing, so he's not as badly injured. But yeah, there was an injury which in my mind, that's why Rhaegar was largely coming out on top. Ranabin Mitra saying 4 hours stage play means I won't be able to catch the planned 23:30 train to Birmingham. It looks like I'll need to find accommodation. Yeah, so what I was saying, for anyone who's there, I don't know what the runtime is going to be like whenever you see it. If you're going to go and watch, any people are going to go and see this, it's advertised as 3 hours 55 minutes, including a 20-minute interval. Both of the shows I was at, it was over the 4 hours. That was partly because, as I say, they reconfigured the theatre, so the staff were still trying to figure out which way to direct people. So it started a little bit later. Partly, I think that the interval was a bit longer, but and then also obviously there's time for a lot of applause at the end. So yeah, don't count on being out before 11:30, and no, you could not get to the train station for an 11:30 train, I didn't think. Jeremy Dishon asking, does Ned's mother get a name? No, just my mother. Not he says it's not a direct quote because I haven't got a script, but it was something along the lines of, I've not prayed since my mother ... So no, we still don't have a name for Ned's mother. Tony Sled saying King Robert was truly the most powerful warrior in the realm for a long time. Yeah, I mean this is the way it's told in the books, is that he is. If you read the accounts of the rebellion, these aren't just battles, one army against another. Robert actively goes out and seeks the opposing commander and tries to take them on one-on-one. He is the first over the walls at Gulltown. He's a force of nature. This is not just a series of armies fighting each other. This is him. It is his rebellion. He is the figurehead, and he is the person who is pretty much unmatched fighting-wise. Carl Karsnark saying there must be a bridge nearby you can sleep under. Probably wake up with some magic powers too. There's a lovely couple of bridges in Stratford, right by the theatre, but I wouldn't recommend it. Let's go to Sebastian Holden. Any new info on the Isle of Faces and the God's Eye? No. I mean, this was a disappointment for me. So, Howland turns up in what is effectively scene 1, and he says, I've been on a pilgrimage from the Isle of Faces, come here to find the impossible tree, and then we get the obvious questions from people like Lyanna. did you meet the green men? How do they pray? Because she's wanting to learn how to pray. But they kind of get interrupted, so he doesn't get to answer that. And so that doesn't come up. This feels to me like one of those things that they've just slimmed down in order to make it work. It's already a 4-hour play, so they had to trim the edges of this quite a lot. And one of the things that was easier for them to trim was Howland at the Isle of Faces, because this was the story of Lyanna and Rhaegar, basically, and so the story starts with her, not what happens beforehand. Drew K saying even in the text it's quite a mismatch. Bobby B is larger, battle hardened and fierce. Yeah, absolutely. John O'Brien over on Facebook. Hi, yeah, I'm on Facebook these days. Do go and check me out over there. You do live stuff. I just recently stumbled across your page and I love it. Well, thank you very much and welcome. Yeah, I do. So I simul stream on YouTube and on Facebook, and the chat is on YouTube, but there are people leaving comments and chatting over on Facebook. So at some point, I'm going to try and figure out, do we do moderators? What's going to happen over there? I don't know yet, but I probably should do it because I just hit 100,000 actually over on Facebook, which was very exciting. Interval equals intermission to us colonists. Okay, the break at half time. I didn't know you didn't use interval. Okay, learn a new thing all the time. That's Vitamin J saying sorry for third re-comment. No, it's fine. But when I'm doing this, I do miss stuff going through the chat, just because there's a lot of comments. So yeah, don't ever feel bad about saying the same thing more than once if you're trying to get my attention. Why do you think Lyanna changed her views on the prophecy, making Ned promise to let Jon choose his own fate? Because she'd seen what happened. It was following her fate, so she followed her fate, and it led to Rhaegar's death, and it's led to her death, and she doesn't want her son caught up in that. There's, I think I said earlier in the stream, one of the kind of the meta themes going through this that is that the particularly for Lyanna, the more she's trying to push away from her destiny, fate, whatever you want to call it, the more she's getting towards it. She starts out desperately not wanting to, and I can't remember the exact form of words, but not wanting to be lying in a bed in a random tower somewhere giving birth to a High Lord's child. But in trying to move away from that, she ends up doing that exact thing. And so the idea that, first of all, there is it's underplayed, but we often talk about it. Robert Baratheon he's killing Targaryens. So it's a pragmatic reason, but that's not really mentioned here. It is the trying to move away from your destiny or fate. Joe Magician say, how dare they not include the details that confirm or deny my personal headcanon? How rude. Exactly. They did a lot of things with nods to book readers, but they had to exclude some. It's a thing. Welcome, Facebookers. People are saying, yeah, I've no idea how many people are watching on Facebook, I have to say, but if you are, hello. It's great to see you. Okay, I think maybe with that, I'm going to. If there are any more questions, now is the time to drop them in the chat. It is after a couple of late nights watching theatre plays. I'm having another late night here again for now. So, yeah, drop them in the chat and I will try and answer as many as I can. Paul Whitrock saying off topic, but do you think Rings of Power release schedule shows a lack of faith from Amazon? Admittedly, I don't like some of the choices they made. Yeah, okay, so we can quickly go on to this one. For those who missed it, so the Rings of Power season 3 is coming out on November the 11th, I think it is. And this time, rather than doing weekly releases, they're doing it in 3 clumps, if clump is the right word. They're releasing, I think, 4 episodes on the opening day. Then 1 week later, they're releasing another 2, and then 1 week after that, releasing another 2. Why are they doing it like that? I don't know, but I think what you're hinting at is what I was also wondering, which is that has to be a recognition of the fact that December is going to be a busy month for nerdy and genre TV and films. Let's put it that way. So there will be 3 massive things happening in December. June 3 is coming out. Avengers Doomsday is coming out, and the Harry Potter TV show is coming out. All 3 of them will create a huge amount of talk and coverage in mainstream media, on social media, and various other places. If I were in charge of the schedule for Rings of Power, I probably wouldn't want to put my finale up against any of those things. So it kind of makes sense for them to release it in such a way that it comes out and any talk about it will have naturally come to an end as people are starting to be talking about those other things. So yeah, perhaps a lack of faith, or maybe it's some incredibly clever release strategy that I just don't know about. Certainly, it's noticeable that some TV shows have moved, or streaming shows have moved to different models than not just the everything in one go or weekly. HBO is seemingly happily going along still with weekly, but Netflix, for example, you'll remember with the Stranger Things final season, they dropped that on 2, maybe even 3 different parts. I can't remember, and that kept the chat about it going for quite some time. And yeah, so they probably liked that, and maybe Amazon are trying to replicate that model now. Random Demetrius saying Rings of Power, the Balrog versus Sauron in Moria. Let's go. Yeah, you'll see. So Rings of Power, they were at Comic-Con actually, and I had my spies there. I'm waiting for their feedback. But the big news was the Balrog speaks. And speaks with the voice of Simon Pegg, which is not, I have to say, I will keep an open mind about this, but it is not what I first thought would be. If I did ever think, what would a Balrog sound like? It wouldn't be Simon Pegg, but I'm keeping an open mind. So they also released a still of the Balrog and Sauron, and Sauron's holding up, I think, his crown up against the fire of the Balrog. The image, leaving aside any lore concerns, the image I think looks really good. It looks very cool. I do have lore concerns, as you might expect, but it looks good. Balrogs do have an innate advantage, what with their rings and all. This always makes Robert so mad. Yeah, that's because they don't have wings. Um, I'm not going down that route. If they do have wings, they never use them. Loads of Balrogs. I said I wasn't going to do it. Balrogs fall off of mountains all the time and die. If they had rings, they would not. Um, that's it. Not talking about Balrog rings in this one. Um, right, I think with that, I'm probably going to start to bring this one to a close. I hope I managed to answer everyone's questions about the Mad King stage play. I would reiterate, it's worth seeing. If you have the chance to go and see it, please do. I thought it was excellent. The acting was brilliant. The production was brilliant. So please do go and see it. Not being paid to say that. I just really enjoyed it. And what else? I should plug some other things I'm doing. Keep an eye out on the main channel, the Robert's Rebellion playlist. I will start redoing that. I think I might also do a video or two on the main channel about the stage play. Keep an eye open for that. And yeah, I think that's probably all I'll say. If you are watching this back on YouTube a little bit later, appearing somewhere around here is going to be a link to other videos, other live streams that I've done. Appearing somewhere around here is a link to my Patreon page. Patreon is the best way to support this channel if you wish to do so. And if you do, thank you. I very much appreciate it. But that is all for this time. Take care, everyone, and I will see you again soon.